I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening. Welcome to the show. Hi. Yes, I am David Sponheim, and this is America's Third Party, and we are bringing it to you every night. Today's Freedom Friday. I'm wearing my flag-like tie to represent freedom. And as you know, freedom is something you have to actually earn and use. You can't just assume we're free. That's a big stretch of the imagination, especially when you're driving down the road and some cop is following you for no reason, and you're going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, and the lights start flashing. Oh yeah, you're living in a free society where you get rousted by cops that are brutal. And then 1,200 people a year are dying because of police brutality in America, and most of them are unarmed, which is another huge problem with the two-party system. They're not addressing these issues. Yeah, and then you're free to, breathe chemtrails. Yeah, they won't even talk about chemtrails, and we talk about them here on our show. The incessant pollution that's being sprayed above us, and we're supposed to just ignore it. Yeah, we're dealing with a serious problem with the world getting worse and worse, and I call this climate rape. So if you want to ignore that, continue voting two parties. Continue voting for all the same old people, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to keep the same thing happening and nothing's going to change. I didn't steal anybody's idea of the flat tax. I've been saying it for about 10 years. Ever since we started, I think 2009, I brought up the flat tax. And I'm on video record talking about it. I believe the flat tax is something that Ross Perot talked about as well. I ate light today. I didn't have much. I just had a little salad. I've actually been saying it since I was born. Yeah. I actually would go 59 years. I've been saying it. In fact, that's one of the first words I said when I was a baby. Is flat tax, flat tax. Yeah. Hey, if you're into the flat tax, we're definitely promoting that concept here. I talked about it earlier. It's a way of preventing anybody from going broke because it doesn't kick in until you have 50,000 in income. So you have 50,000 in income tax free. That includes nonprofits and churches. So my plan actually would tax churches past 50,000. My plan would tax nonprofits like United Way, where there are no taxes, but they make tons of money. We would tax that. The reality is we can't possibly just sit back and watch our government do nothing. When Donald Trump gave huge tax breaks to the rich, we're going to be missing out on over $5 trillion in taxable revenue because of Trump and the Republicans. So we have to kick in with something that'll start generating real money. There's no deductions or credits in this. Consider the $50,000 your basic deduction. There's no ways of fooling Uncle Sam. It's a very simple plan. It's going to take no more than one page for people to fill out their taxes. Corporations, businesses, and individuals. So this is a concept that will also generate revenue from foreign investment. People will come over here and say, wow, we don't even have to worry about a tax account. We'll just invest in America. And they pay the tax going out if they pull their money out of the country or if they make it that year past 50,000. So it'll generate a lot of revenue. And banks will want to see revenue because they need money. But these are ideas mixed with our $500 per month plan for U.S. adults. This is actually a basic, universal basic income plan that I'm proposing. $500 for all U.S. adult citizens. No questions asked except for your birth certificate. And then you could start collecting money every single month. And this will take the barrier of stigma of the EBT program down. So even rich people might want to have a little extra money to pay their valet. We'll give it to you because we think it's fair. And it's something that everybody should get just to keep this economy rolling. I don't think it's going to cost that much in the long run because remember, 65% of our population will be over 65 in about, I'd say, 10 years. So most people will be collecting Social Security. Well, that's where this little asterisk is. If you are collecting Social Security or disability, this doesn't apply to you. So gradually people will transition to Social Security. This amount that the government pays will be less and less. This is nothing like Andrew Yang's plan. His plan is ridiculous and untenable. It would cost our country more than $3 trillion a year and would bankrupt us beyond where we are right now. Okay, today in the news, a man arrested after his cell phone has been thrown on stage during the Trump campaign speech. Yeah, he spoke to the NRA. And it's funny, the NRA doesn't speak back. They've made no comments about all the money that they got from Russians. The NRA has made no public statements about anything that they've got. So some mobile phone guy threw his mobile phone at Donald Trump at the NRA convention. Let's take a look. Oh, that's ridiculous. Did you see it was thrown to the side? It wasn't even a credible threat. That is so ridiculous. And they arrested the guy for throwing his no, well, I don't understand this. When George W. Bush had a shoe thrown at him, it was like at his face. Check this out. That wasn't just one through. One shoe. He threw two shoes. That was a seriously close encounter with a shoe. Yeah, it's a big difference. And now Trump is acting like a little girly man. Oh, he threw his cell phone at me. Oh, it was over there. Oh. What a joke. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. Anyways, the NRA has not commented about all the money they got from Russia. Trump won't talk about it. The strange thing is Trump got $30 million from the NRA, and now the NRA is talking about going bankrupt. That's strange too, without even commenting about the Russian money. And Maria Butina, the Russian agent, here she is. Let me give you her photo. Maria Butina is going to be serving 18 months in prison. Yeah, there she is. She was the Russian agent that was put over here to try to court people's money and support for Trump. 18 months in federal prison after pleading guilty to charges of conspiracy against the United States. She was charged last summer with acting on behalf of the Russian government before and after the 2016 election and failing to register as a foreign agent. She had developed a relationship with National Rifle Association leaders and was close contact with them. Yeah, so this is very suspicious. I think that there's more to this story and that it's not being dealt with. Trump is probably putting the kibosh on this. I don't know what Butina means in Italian. Let's go right now to Google Translate. Butina. Let us see. In the Italian definition, Butina. I don't believe that's the case, no. All right, moving on. Beto O'Rourke is claiming that Planned Parenthood saves lives. Well, that's interesting because Planned Parenthood kills babies. I'm a little confused here. Is this a guy who? This is the guy that wrote that story about wanting to murder children and nearly killed people in a hit-and-run accident where he ran from the scene of the crime with .134 alcohol level. Right, now he's saying Planned Parenthood saves lives. What do they do with the bodies? I mean, I'm a little upset Planned Parenthood sells the body parts. That's something that neither Democrats nor Republicans are dealing with. Trump isn't dealing with that. Planned Parenthood is about killing babies, yeah, not saving lives. Israel man paid over $250,000 in Bitcoin for making hundreds of fake anti-Semitic bomb threats against synagogues and other Jewish targets. Oh, this is interesting. You know, this is not the first time that Israeli-backed moles, if you will, in America have created the crimes, hate crimes against them so that they could plead persecution. Yeah, this is quite common. It's kind of like Jussie Smollett claiming he was sprayed with bleach by a couple of guys he paid and then not even charged the crime. Right. That's called corruption. Well, the U.S. Department of Justice has issued new indictments against Michael Khadar, the dual citizen U.S.-Israeli Jew who was responsible for the wave of threats against Jewish community centers in the U.S. and other countries. It takes a Jewish guy to threaten Jewish people. It's funny he doesn't have a face. Wow. Well, this is not uncommon. It's like, oh, woe is me, the persecution, they are trying to attack me. Oh. You know, slamming. It's a slamming night. Wow, slamming tonight. Okay, what do you have? Did Smollett make any men off his lie? That would be everything about Jussie Smollett made money on his lie. It was all about making him seem like Smollett was somehow a victim of a race crime. That was designed to help promote his career. It's definitely fraud. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm surprised Trump isn't doing anything with Jussie. You know who got him off? Well, I don't mean got him off, but got him off the charges. Kim Foxx. And Kim Foxx recused herself on the case. How did she get him off the charges if she recused herself? That's a gross prosecutorial neglect. She got a call from one of Michelle Obama's key people. And Michelle Obama apparently was behind this whole thing. Yeah, Michael, the guy we know as Michael Obama. The dude with a penis who pretended to be a woman and our first lady for 8 years. Oh, check this out. You know, Florida has all these missing gaps in the Parkland Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting. There's no CCTV footage of Nicholas Cruz at all doing anything. Hardly any evidence at all that that young man did anything. So now guess what? Florida is seeking to make all footage of mass shootings illegal to cover their proverbial corrupt ass. Look at this. Can you believe these people? They got Scott Israel out there because they knew he was a loose cannon. He started talking, it would probably end up telling the truth. Scott Israel rigged the whole damn thing. No, we're not going to unhush you. But isn't this amazing? You know, they tried to do that here in my area after I was swatted. Remember, about 3.5 years ago, I was swatted. And the situation was so weird that they never even published a police report on the whole thing. There's still, to this day, no police report, so I have an open-ended case I could pursue at any time in the future for all kinds of violations against my civil rights. But in any event, they spent like $30,000 swatting me. Turns out that the guy I was running against in the previous, just a couple months earlier in the election, was a sheriff, right? He was actually a sheriff as well as a congressman. Well, it turns out the sheriffs, of course, swatted us, and it turns out that that man, following that swatting, spent all his time trying to purge all the records of our local law enforcement. And he's on record trying to pass legislation to stop anyone from accessing law enforcement records. It didn't succeed, ironically, but there are no records in my case. But what are they hiding? What are the police hiding? Why would Florida try to not share footage of mass shootings? It's ridiculous. There's no justification for it. They're seeking to strike a balance between protecting the families of the victims and protecting the media's ability to accurately report on the events. Well, we don't have the ability to accurately report on the events. Everything has been BS on the Parkland shooting. Everything. Nothing about it makes sense. The more questions we ask, the more questions there are. The less evidence there is. And then now people are dying left and right from that shooting. A couple of people just died recently of suicides. Do you hear that? One woman looked like one of the women that saw Nicholas Cruz walking away while the gunfire was going on. She mysteriously suicided. Yeah. There needs to be a lot more investigations. I assure you, when I become president, the entire FBI will be completely revamped. We will not allow this lack of investigation to go on any further. No, any footage of mass shootings is not necessarily part of a conspiracy, no. Suppressing footage is part of a conspiracy. But any footage could be vindicating of Nicholas Cruz, any number of things. Like I said, there's no CCTV footage of Nicholas Cruz at that school. I mean, hello? It's blaring at you in the face that they're lying to us to try to push for gun control. It's BS. It's wrong. Gun control will not be on the table when I'm president, I assure you. We won't spend our time talking about it at all. We got too many jobs to do, creating jobs. We got too much work to do to get this country back on track. We can't be sidetracked by a bunch of liberals trying to get rid of our guns. It's ridiculous. There's always a fundraiser going on every day at my website. Nobody donates anything. You have a donate button. You could easily donate. I very rarely ever get any money at all. This effort is not about money. Never has been. If it was about money, I would have closed up the doors 9 years ago and backed out of this entire effort. It was never about money. If you want to donate, that'd be great. You can't possibly expect me to do anything more than what I do every night, though, if you don't donate. I wonder if people have donated and they took it from me, but I don't hear a lot of people saying, "Did you get my donation?" So I'm highly suspicious that that's not happening. It's not about money. It's about you telling people about us and getting me on the ballot. And since you're unable to do that, now it's about commentary and news. Anybody who takes donations illegally will be prosecuted. But again, I gave up the whole notion of money a long, long time ago. I haven't done anything to earn money here. I've never made a single penny doing this at all. Yet people are making tons of money censoring me. The reality is we hardly ever get donations. And whatever donations come in go onto our record. We report quarterly income and expenditures every quarter at the fec.gov. And it's been minuscule. It's nothing. This was never about money, because we realized back in 2009 that you guys didn't have any. Mark lied. He didn't donate any money to us at all. No. No, Mark never donated any money. Nobody's ever donated anything to us from that group. I'm not mastered playing anything, no. The reality is we have a deep conspiracy going on in our country. Guess 369? That's the reality. And if you believe that we don't have a conspiracy going on in this country, then you're a fool. You're a complete fool. Bill Clinton had drug transfers through Managate. Mena, Arkansas was a drug point at which a lot of the cocaine was coming into the country during that time period. He conspired to deliver drugs into this country. He's also been implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy, Orgy Island, and he was never tried or convicted. I mean, I can list conspiracies all night long that are going on right now. And you say, it's part of a deeper conspiracy. How can you not see the still waters that run deep all around you? Mark didn't donate any money at all to me. No, that's a lie. I have great hair. What do you mean, fix my hair? You didn't know about Orgy Island? What do you want to know?
We live in such a wasteful.
Look at the big thing about the shootings that have been happening. The more we look, the less we see. The most obvious things that pop up are sitting right in front of our face. The only incidence of an open casket in 50 single terrorist attacks in the United States in the past 10 years is a wax dummy. You can clearly see his ear is an inch shorter here. And that's a sign right there that there's lack of information. And you would say, oh, well, no one wanted the bodies of their loved ones shown. This is the only incidence of an open casket. There's no proof of anybody dying at this point. They are proof. They're proof that there's lack of information. I don't think you're a good fit here. We're going to pull you out. No, there is no open casket photo where ears drop an inch. Unless a person had massive head injuries, which that man didn't have. Thank you. Yeah, so if you are still believing that I attribute everything to some deep conspiracy theory, well, there is a deep conspiracy theory at play here. It's called Zionism, and it's been around since the 1890s, and their goal is to control both parties through AIPAC, and specifically control Donald Trump through the Russian Zionists and oligarchs. So they've managed to control our president, our both parties, and our destiny is in their hands, and they call themselves the New World Order. Jacket Pockets. Scissorfight says the mass shootings are a gun grab agenda. Correct. Okay, Jacket Pockets, I'm going to check out your link. Thank you. Police stage terrorism exercise at Fort Gillem. We played this last night, but it's appropriate for Freedom Friday to see that we've got crisis events going on all over the country at any given time that could go live, and they'll make it seem like it's a real event.
In Clayton County.
It may look real, but this is only an exercise. The scenario, 4 heavily armed suspects take over Building 900 at Fort Gillem, killing these simulated victims outside, wounding others. Officers quickly arrive after calls of shots fired, multiple shooters and people down. They engage one gunman outside the front doors.
You know, their duties were to go in as quickly as possible, but still safely, and take out the threats.
No longer a full military base, the Enclave here is one of the only U.S. military installations where they don't have military police guarding the facility. Instead of MPs first responding, here it is local police, Forest Park PD. The officers take out one gunman, then go in to clear the building. Some inside evacuate and others wounded escape. Trying to make it as real as possible, they fire real guns, but with simulated rounds of small paint pellets that can still hurt.
You still get that same, or relatively close to that same feeling as if it were a real situation.
The exercise is also a chance for hundreds of military and civilian personnel who work here every day the chance to practice their active shooter training.
And their active shooter training, they then become actors in the active shooter training. That's right. And isn't that amazing? The crisis events are going on left and right, and they can go live at any time and go real. And that crisis event can be, oh, a terrible terrorist attack. Oh, and we're all going to be worried about that. And then the fear increases among the population, and all they want to do is take away our guns. You see, the frustrating thing that the New World Order Zionists are having with America is that we are heavily armed. There's over 460 million arms in this country. And I don't mean your body arms. I'm talking about sidearms, rifles, etc. More than half of them are in Texas alone. And that's just the registered weapons. They're not going to get rid of these things, and we shouldn't get rid of these things. The fact is, the number of deaths by gun are relatively small compared to deaths by hammer. More people die from hammers every year, bludgeoning people, than guns. So are they going to outlaw hammers? Or lighter fluid, where people get set on fire? I mean, this is a slippery slope. So why would the New World Order want to disarm us? Well, why did Hitler want to take away the guns from the Jews? Why did he impose an international small arms ban, a treaty, just like John Kerry and Trump has signed? Why would they want to do that? To get rid of their guns so that they can then have a Kristallnacht and get them all together in the ghetto and take them to the rail cars and then send them to the concentration camps. Well, that's what's coming in America, too. We have one of the largest police states in the world. It's unbelievable how many prisons we have in this country. Out of 100 people, 2.3 people are in prison or in parole. In North Korea, out of 100 people, only one person is in prison or on I guess they don't have parole there. Yeah, one out of 100 in North Korea. We are actually more than double the number of people per capita in prison in our country. So when they say free and democratic, what the hell do they mean? I don't think they mean anything. I don't even know what they mean. All I can tell you is it's pretty bizarre that they want to disarm a country that's so hell-bent on protecting its own. Our nation actually has a last barrier of defense. Your small firearm might be the one thing that'll save you and your family in the event of a disaster. We could have any number of potential threats, and with that gun in our sidearm and all of the potential that we have to use our own personal weapons, we have a second layer, an army, a hidden army. That's right. We have a hidden army. Not to mention we have 2 million active military personnel. We also have a hidden army of 640, yeah. We have 460 million firearms. My fingernails are okay, yes. They have been completely cleaned and hermetically sealed. You're prepared for a zombie apocalypse with your 300 rounds of hollow points. That should be adequate. Well, that was a design of my own to ricochet the BB. Not many people can hit a target without even barely looking. And as you can see, I was shooting into the woods and I managed to hit an actual target. It looks seamless in the video. Yeah, it's because I'm an extremely accurate sharpshooter. Do you think the military would turn on us and kill civilians? Yes, I do. I'm in fact positive that they would. Until we have reform at the government at the highest level, we're never going to have a military that will be totally safe from its people. No, I don't go to local base auctions because I don't need anything. I have everything I want. There's been controversies about our base auctions here. They haven't fully told people that everything was available, and they had to, a lot of people didn't get what they wanted. There's been a couple of recalls to the whole thing. Now they make sure they put a sign up saying when the auction starts and when they don't. I didn't have dinner. I've been living on less today. Excuse me. I'm trying to cut back. I'm drinking organic coffee. I'm trying to lose weight for the summer so I can, do some, beach modeling. I believe that a lot of military personnel in America are more than willing to round up family members and blow their heads off. Yeah, I believe that there are a lot of people in our military that have been called to do just that. Don't think for a second we're not training killers, the Marines. I mean, what the hell? Why do you think we have such a high degree of suicides among our veterans? Because a lot of them are suffering from PTSD and have been trained to be deadly criminals. We need to get much more reform going in that area to make sure that people are safe when they get out of the military and are not going to be angry and hate people. But do I want to take their guns away? No, I don't. Do I want to disarm people with PTSD like Trump does? No, I don't. You realize what a potential problem that would be to walk up to somebody's door who's a trained killer and say, we're taking your guns away? Why would we waste our time doing that? Well, the National Guard has been brought in events where local cities and states are mismanaged on a daily basis. It could happen in America. I'm not ruling out the possibility that National Guards would be called in. The problem is the National Guard is under the authority of the governor of that state, not the president. So the president would have to violate posse comitatus and bring in army if that's the case. I don't believe posse comitatus exists anymore. I think that was nullified. NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, nullified posse comitatus. They can use the army against the people of this country if they want. I don't support it. I'm against it. Oh yeah, Joe Biden did a little piece on The View to address the unwanted touching that he's been doing with children. He addresses inappropriate touches. Let's listen in.
Apologize to those women?
Look, here's the deal. I have to be, and everybody has to be much more aware of the private space of men and women. It's not just women, but primarily women. And I am much more cognizant of that. But I am so, like, for example, I actually thought in my head when I walked out here, I mean, do I know, we're friends.
It's tricky.
No, but I have to be aware of it. So I have to.
You do. And you like when you walked up to a 13-year-old girl and said, did she know how horny she made you feel? And did she ask about the film you made with your daughter Ashley? Like this.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's something pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here. I have to be more cognizant, and we all have to be more. A woman or a man has a right to say, particularly women, say, no, this is not my space. They don't, it shouldn't happen.
And a kid has that right too, and he's been violating that right when he grabs these children. Yeah. He has the right to touch children against their will. I'm beginning to wonder. I mean, teachers have a lot of training. You're not allowed to touch a child by the breast area, and he does. Yeah, we have a lot of photographs we'll be glad to show you guys. that really reveal the underbelly of real perversion from this guy. He's not going to slip out of it this easy, I'll tell you. We're going to be doing everything we can to make this this non-mainstream media story go viral. Because when he turned to that 13-year-old girl and said that was just beyond belief. Yeah, we need to keep spreading the message. I'll probably do a couple of videos just dedicated to Joe Biden. I've started up a brand new channel at 153news.net, and it's I haven't even put my bio information on it. I just started uploading to their site, and it's great because there's less of the challenges we face with a lot of people. Our 153news.net offers all kinds of posting ability. I got to get something in there. But I just published another video, a 20-minute video or a 19-minute video called Total Collusion 2. I put Total Collusion 1, which went through all our links. And I'll give you guys the link to the videos. I also did a video on a media glitch that happened, that one where the only photograph of a open casket was that one pastor. I did a quickie there. I'm just going to be doing a lot of fun stuff now that I'm re-editing videos, because for many years I was very frustrated with YouTube and unable to actually get my videos seen past 2009. We've had a hit counter lock at YouTube. I was getting 20,000 hits a week, and I was actually doing videos before the Young Turks, and I was getting huge number of hits. Then all of a sudden, everything stopped. And then the Young Turks got 2 million subscribers. I still have the same number of subscribers on YouTube that I had 9 years ago. The exact same number. If that isn't corruption, I don't know what is. That's censorship at the highest level. I won't listen to Joe Biden on our show. I'm not going to characterize him as a guy trying to be apologetic about how he touches kids. It is extremely disturbing to think that he turned to a 13-year-old girl and said, "Do you know how horny it is?" How she made him feel horny. I mean, what kind of a man tells that to a 13-year-old girl? Yeah. Okay, Billie Eilish is 17, right? She's turning 18 this year. Right. She's a popular singer. And what about her? She's friends with the guy that has these symbols on his car. Oh, the Illuminati. Ooh. Okay. Okay, well, you're talking about the triangle? I don't know. Those symbols seem kind of odd to me, but I don't think that's... Yeah, you may like musicians like Billie Eilish, whatever. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Biden touching little girls. Thanks. Yes, anybody can be president. You can be a Satanist and become president. You cannot be judged based on your religious background. Oh, pizza and pedo symbols? Oh, really? Okay. Okay, I didn't realize that they were the pizza signals. Okay. Let's go to Jeff Sessions swatting creepy Uncle Joe's hands away when he tried to get near a little girl. Let's watch this. Okay, that was him swatting his hands away. I don't know. It looked more like Jeff Sessions was petting her. Oh, you're right. He did say something like, "Get away from her." You're right. Thank you. No audio on that. Exposing Australia's recycling lie. Okay, we got a video tonight. It's going to be 18 minutes long about Australia's recycling lie.
World, the idea of recycling lessens our guilt and gives us a warm glow. As we drag our bins out for collection, it makes us feel like we're helping the environment. But there's a problem. We're being conned. Right now, Australia is stuck in an unsightly and growing recycling crisis.
Yeah, we are too. The world is suffering with this massive recycling crisis, and we got a president that believes that there's no global climate change, it's all a lie, it's all fake news. And we've got shores of garbage collecting all over the place. In fact, Manila Bay and the Dominican Republic, the oceans are filled with massive waste that they keeps adding to the beaches. It's insane how much plastic waste that we've got going on in the world, and nobody's doing a damn thing to ban plastic. So I will be on record as the first person in America running for president to ban plastic bags. Thank you very much. All right. We're going to ban plastic bags, or at the very least, make them biodegradable. We're going to be beefing up our paper industry. Paper is recyclable and renewable. Ban plastic bags. Join America. Yeah, we need to do something creative, possibly put cornstarch in the plastic recipe, which would create biodegradable bags. That's an alternative. I'm not fixed on this one idea, but I definitely think that we need to do something different than what we've done already. Because what we've done is nothing, and it's not working. Doing nothing doesn't actually solve problems. And we're right at that point of doing nothing. Biodegradable stoma bags could be possible, yeah. With cornstarch in there, your colostomy bag could be biodegradable. Good point. We'll find a way to recycle, but I want to ban them, the excessive production of plastic bags that are not renewable or biodegradable. So I think we need to get really tough, really fast. We have a massive amount of these things building up on our shores. Everywhere, all around the world. I mean, how can you justify all the plastic bags you're using all the time? Paper bags work great. You can use them for garbage cans. How can any of us justify all the plastic bags we get at the market? Come on. Seriously. The Democrats, oh, well, everyone should use, reusable plastic bags. They're, very strong. Sure, go ahead. Get some nylon bags, whatever. But, and I don't fully want to ban plastic bags. I really don't. But I got to tell you, we got to do something quick. Donald Trump has had a tough time. The GDP growth is only 3.2%. Not very good. They expected 5% growth, and Trump is coming up way short. And plus, all our pension funds are going bankrupt, even though they're having banner years in the Wall Street. The Dow Jones average today was up 81, 26,543. So we had a pretty bullish day.
Is the required report to Congress. And while there's all of this debate about whether a citizenship question should be included or not included, the question I have is, why are we violating the law to include any question whatsoever in the 2020?
Wow. That was Ocasio-Cortez mouthing off in the background. I pray for his salvation. In the final days, he'll have to face God for what he's done. JDP, 5% growth is for the year, not 1 quarter. Okay, well, again, it's paltry. In fact, moving money around does not equate to actually helping our economy. We have 72 box store chains closing this year. It's crazy how many stores are closing. The retail sector is shutting down. And how can you possibly think that Donald Trump is doing a good job? Actually, I'm not going to mute her for talking about her stoma bag. She's got other issues she's dealing with. Yeah. They drew up her as Wonder Woman. Oh, yeah. You wanted to barf? I disagree. I think malls will be great. They're really nicely built and they're indoors for the winter. A lot of malls should be really fully utilized. We're not really making good use of them. Now, Trump is, as you know, pro-vaccine and pro-5G network. All you Trump supporters with your head up your ass must be wondering why you're, not able to see the light. There have been more than 110,000 cases worldwide this year, a 300% increase in measles, but the surge is mostly related to illegal aliens. 555 cases of these things have appeared this year, which is the second largest in our U.S. history, but it's mostly from illegal aliens. So why are we purposely going out and forcing people in New York now to vaccinate their kids when mostly illegal aliens are coming in? We're still dealing with the illegal alien threat. And Trump supports vaccines. He thinks they're good. He doesn't buy into that whole story of autism and all the terrible mental problems kids get from tainted vaccines, and lots of them have come down with mental retardation from tainted vaccines as far back as the 1950s. Most of the vaccines in our society right now are tainted. They never did checks for neuroencephalitis, and there's neuroencephalitis and meningitis in a lot of our vaccines. Isn't that nice? They're not just putting attenuated viruses from one particular thing in you. They're hitting you with all kinds of things. That's why people are getting sick. And many of the cases of measles are fake. You're right. We saw NBC and CNN both mocked up pictures of measles kids. We saw photoshopping right there in front of us. We saw a stamp of a measles thing all over the kid's body. It was like somebody just stamped it in with a Photoshop tool. We need an electric fence for sure. Yeah, no question about it. But I have a plan to build a 1,000 mile, $1 billion container fence. So that's still on track, and we will be moving forward with that in 2021 when I'm president of the United States. And what you get with a president like me will be an attempt to stop the New World Order. And the powers that be that want the New World Order, like the Democrats, Republicans, are my enemies. I am going to take America out of the configuration of the New World Order. We won't be doing their bidding. They'll be pissed. Right now, all the world is afraid of us because we run around being the 9/11 police force around the globe, and they love it. They want our country to, the New World Order wants our country to have no container fence. That's basically Donald Trump refuses to build the fence that I'm suggesting, the container fence. He claims we don't have enough containers. We have plenty of containers. Yeah, if I can believe what he says in the show. He does come into our show on occasion. But in reality, the New World Order wants open borders. They want to weaken our countries. That's why we're seeing so much illegal immigration of Muslims into our country, and anybody other than Mexicans. They want to install a global world government, so they don't want any barriers between the countries. And there are some Democrats that go, oh yeah, why do we need a fence? Like Beto O'Rourke. He wants to get rid of the existing 600-mile paltry fence we have. He actually is running on that campaign to get rid of the fence. Can you imagine? Oh, wow. And this is what made you vomit? I know. This would make anybody vomit. The Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez comic variant homages Wonder Woman. Gag me with a spoon. Oh my gosh. I never had an idea of shipping illegals back to Puerto Rico if they cross the border. That's never been an idea. No, we talked about building areas like Ellis Island and the Channel Islands, and maybe maybe Plum Island would be good for that type of thing. Okay. Right. No, I don't believe him at all. No. Trump has never mentioned fake shootings. No, I don't believe he ever did. I'll watch the video, though. Remember Trump, when Parkland shooting, he spent 1 hour and 24 minutes, but he never spends 1 hour and 24 minutes with anyone. He spent it with a bunch of high school students talking about how we're going to take their guns and do the due process later. Remember that? I actually saw the original Wonder Woman, Linda Carter, in a car when I was turning onto Bundy Avenue off the Santa Monica Freeway. Back in the 80s, I saw her in the front seat of a car, passenger seat of a car, smoking a joint. Yeah, I went like that to her, and she went like that to me. It's one of those thumbs up things that happen. Well, it's BS, in my opinion. All right. I know. I talk about the Linda Carter story, the anecdote, once every couple days. It's because it's kind of like a big moment in my life when I saw Linda Carter in traffic, if that's okay with you. I know that may seem nothing to you, but, when you don't have a really big, extensive experience in life, that's your one big moment, I had a lot of those moments in my life. They're kind of vignettes, captions in our life where
we live in such a wasteful world. The idea of recycling lessens our guilt.
Oh, I know. But only 10% of all material that is recycled
is the required report to Congress.
Oh my God, this is what we were listening to earlier. It auto-played on me.
And while there's all of this debate about whether a citizenship question should be included or not included, the question I have is, why are we violating the law to include any question whatsoever in the 2020 census?
For that matter, why do we even need a 2020 census except that it is guaranteed by law? We have to have a census. I have a very good idea that would be really, really minuscule in terms of how much interface we have with the public. We have authorized 20,000 drones to fly over us by 2030. 20,000 drones to fly over us by 2030, meaning, now that's not something I want. That's not something I want. That's something that we do have, and this was authorized by Obama and Trump. I don't want 20,000 drones over our heads, but since we have drones over our heads, many of these drones have thermoscanners in them, thermographic scanners. Why don't we just fly over and maybe do satellite reconnaissance, and we'll see the number of human beings in the area that we see. We'll have a better census figure, scientifically speaking, than if you were to send a bunch of idiots out there going, "Hi, how many people are living in this house? I've got to make it 10." It's ridiculous. Obama did that. He spent $1.6 billion on the census. Total waste of time and money. Drones will do it better. Easily fly over any house and see the hot bodies inside. It's not that big of a deal to do a head count. But I agree, in some ways, we don't need to know the racist or the racial background of any one particular person living in a house. We just need a body count, so we know how many people are in that specific area that we need to get services to. There's a lot of plans out there that need to be shut down, too. There's a company that goes door to door right now in America, asking people in your house, is anyone suffering from mental health problems or drug addiction? It's not radiation, it's thermographic scanning. It's perfectly safe. Anyway, they're doing it right now, whether you like it or not, so just get with the program, okay? Thanks. People need to just live comfortably in areas. We need to open up laws so that tiny house construction can start taking place. More and more tiny houses, more and more opportunities for people to live comfortably with less. That's extremely important, especially considering how many people are hooked up to the gravy train of EBT and all that. Tiny houses is a good fit. Now, you'll hear from Alex Jones that You're not going to believe this, but the tiny houses are part of the UN plan to put us all in small boxes and gas us all. Well, not really. Tiny houses actually, in my opinion, are not stack and pack living. They're out open range, free range living. You've heard of free range chickens, right? Well, this is free range living, man. I mean, you can move out to an acre out in the middle of nowhere and build a tiny house. Wow, Ace Spade, you're out of here. We lost a guy, Ace Spade, tonight. His account was banned because he said, what's your backup plan for if you don't win 2020? And he suggested I be a dollar store supervisor. He just lost his account. He can't come back. I don't do this for my health. I Love Fry says, what's happening to your viewer count? Well, the numbers are skyrocketing because of the world views. And when I look at a viewer count, I never get a solid number. Let's see what we got right now. It has 140 people watching me. That means that 140 million people are potentially watching me. Mark has an algorithm that he controls the number of view counts there. We have millions of people watching the show. Mark keeps it down to like 140 because he doesn't want anyone to know. It's 140 million people are watching the show. For every viewer count is 1 million people. Yeah, I don't believe anything I see on Mark's metrics. Okay, according to this study, rich guys are more likely to have no idea what they're talking about, according to the study. I think you're right. Such study participants were asked to assess their knowledge of 16 math topics on a 5-point scale, including several topics that were made up. And rich guys scored the least. Wow. It makes sense. I know a guy, he got into a conversation with me last night. And he said he really thought that money was everything he wanted in life. He just wants more money. And I said, I don't think that's the number one priority in life, money. And he says, no, Dad, money is my number one priority. You should know it's the number one thing, Dad. No, booze is the number one priority in your life, buddy. You call me when you're drunk all the time. But all he talks about is money. Money, 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 money. And it's like, dude, I was offered $300 million to stop doing the show.
I just heard I was listening to an audiobook called Living with Less, and it's about this lady that was an alcoholic and then got off alcohol and also lost weight, but then she decided to go on a shopping ban for a year, and because she felt like she wasn't saving enough money.
So stopping shopping is a good way to start saving money.
But she allowed herself to do, buy certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's pretty
Great.
interesting.
Well, that's good. If you let yourself get what is necessary, then you can save money. Some very wealthy person offered me $300 million. Not just this year. Last year they offered me $300 million as well. I won't take money. I'm not viable. I won't take money to stop this show. This is an interesting meme from Misanthropy. Watch this. If a man has an apartment stacked with to the ceiling with newspapers, we call him crazy. If a woman has a trailer house full of cats, we call her nuts. But when people pathologically hoard so much cash that they impoverish the entire nation, we put them on the cover of Fortune magazine and pretend that they are the role models. So true. What an ironic hypocrisy we live in. It's not a democracy, it's a dumbocracy. We've been dumbed down. It's no longer a democracy. I don't do this for money. I've never made a penny doing this. I have the inability to really embrace money as a motivation in life because I was fortunate enough to live in a middle-class house when I was a kid. And in the process, didn't really understand the feeling of not having any money. So I recreated that feeling when I was 18, and I lived around people that were homeless, and I began to realize that there were simple pleasures in life that you don't need money for. Okay, let's do that. We didn't need to see that, but thank you for sharing that information. All right. We will now pass this torch over to Sarah, and we will move on. Yeah, so rich guys don't know what they're talking about. I know this guy who all he thinks about is money. I know that he got a C- average in college and barely graduated from college. I know that he's not too bright. I also know that he thinks he's superior to me because he thinks he has more money than me. But ironically, I have more money than him. It's really kind of funny.
Cash.
He has cash, I have equity. It's like, whatever.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, if you hadn't moved to a new house overlooking a city and spent $1.3 million, everything would have been paid off and you wouldn't have a need for money. And he still couldn't understand what I was saying. He couldn't understand it. No, let's keep working until I die and borrow as much money as possible. Yes, food is equity. I'm talking about a person who called me last night every time he gets drunk. Or actually, I called him. He came into the room and said that I should call him, so I called him. And then he says, yeah, you called me, but I asked you to call me. It's like, whatever. I'm done having conversations like that. You can't talk to somebody who's loaded. And I don't mean financially. I mean drunk.
Very true, Lou. Some people are spenders, some are savers. I think I was a spender until I met David. I converted to a saver once I met David.
Yeah, it's a better way to get ahead of your bills and not have to live in constant worry that you don't have enough money.
Thank you. IHOP says David has the love of Sarah, which is worth more than Warren Buffett's fortune.
That's true. It's true. You're such a wonderful person. Thank you so much for coming in and helping too. I'll be back.
Yeah, sorry I was a little late.
Oh, that's okay. No, you can always come in whenever you want.
All right. I'm here. It's Friday. I'm so glad it's Friday. I did have a good week. I had a little bit of ups and I had a lot of ups and a little bit of downs. But overall, a good week. Really great week. High highs, some lows. But yeah, overall more highs than lows. It was cute. I went and did some weeding in our rain garden today. And yeah, I am glad it's Friday. Brought home some papers to grade. Still have to do that. And you did some weeding tonight. Nice. Yeah, it's that time of year when all the weeds are coming up in the garden and got to get those dandelions. Well, you're right, I don't grow any meat, but meat, I do compost the meat products. Oh, the sticky weeds, yeah, that would be good. If I thought it was real, I always just thought that was a troll behavior. I probably don't eat enough red meat, maybe. That's true. Kids aren't very sanitary, but no. Well, people know I'm not germophobic because I deal with the compost, and that's like, ew, gross! So I feel like whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. In my opinion, behavior. I won't be mad at you. You toss some worms in your fish pond? Oh, because the fish love them? I know. Oh, I don't know. Sorry, add the one. Did David take off your mods, or I don't know what happened there. Should I remod him? Yeah, sometimes I do feel like people are too clean and they need to get more immunized naturally. No, I don't use a compost toilet. I was kind of frustrated today with the compost system because in some ways I was happy because people dumped the compost, but they dumped it in a thing that I tried to clearly say, don't dump in here yet. All right, Isla Fries. I really love that Mark Vaughn has that ignore feature, so I don't have to kick somebody just because one of my users wants to ignore them. Haha, DJ Sam. Do I consider myself a horticulturist? No. I wasn't really even into gardening until last year. Oh, thanks. How do I do that? Do I just go? Let me see if I can. I'll try. How do you unhush someone? Unmute. I guess I figured it out. Okay, Egghead. Well, that's up to David to take care of Antique. It's an interesting idea. Ignore a lot of you. David will never see you talking to each other. I'm not going to ignore you. Oh, okay. But, I used to like Prodigy, I think. Do I like rock music? I do like some rock music. I like Jackson Browne, if that's considered rock. Yeah, it's kind of sometimes. I don't like all of the Rolling Stones stuff, but some of it. Some Beatles I like, of course. Some I really don't like. I'm more of a alternative hip hop person. No, I don't like gangster rap, except for one song, Mr. Wendell, yeah. Lord, Mr. Wendell. I like that song. You are welcome. It's all about this homeless guy. I like songs that have a I like songs that have a message. I listen to the lyrics, and if they have a message, I like that. Oh. No, I'm not a Tupac fan. Not really. He did have a message, but no, not really. Because David records his shows, and he doesn't want to upload segments. He would have to upload. I don't know why. That would be fine with me to not upload me. But he doesn't want to upload segments of his show, I think, is why David doesn't just cut my part of the show so you can all listen to music. Yeah, if he cut my part out, he would have an excuse to replay the intro song when he comes back. I like The Pretender. I like most Jackson Browne songs. The Pretender is a really good one. Oh. Yeah, I don't even get that ticket. Why, David? Okay, so maybe you guys can help me out with tomorrow night's PolitiChat. Well, I liked a couple different songs that were about homeless people. That's what Mr. Wendell's about. And then also that song. Oh, have you heard of Jackson Browne's song Shape of a Heart? That's a great song. David loves listening to John Denver. Me, not so much. Sometimes I give the homeless food. I think I did like Arrested Development. I think that was no, there's a band named PM Dawn I really liked. Yeah, David has all those. I know, True Blue. Oh, Arrested Development did Mr. Wendell, and you like, where's the love by Arrested Development? Thank you, DJ Sam. See, I'm so bad at the bands that did it, that created it. Could you guys maybe help me figure out the questions for PolitiChat tomorrow? It's kind of like automation again, might end up being the topic, because I do have two questions. As automation reduces the need for workers, how would the government be funded in the future, assuming income taxes will be non-existent? That could go into different questions. It's a question that, it's like a Q&A thing that I do on Twitter on Saturday nights. Bingo. No, I've never heard David play the banjo. PolitiChat, where misanthropy gets upset listening to everyone else ramble mindlessly. Yes, I have. Chicken. If we're thinking of the same word. Yeah, that word. Okay, what would question 2 be? I don't like that question. Is the Democrat Party leaning to radical left? I mean, I could type it, but I'm not going to. No, because that's for David to share. Evil Dance to Good. What kinds of questions? Well, I guess I should go with a topic, really, instead of questions. Instead of asking for help with questions. What would you ask, or what topic would you like to see debated by presidential candidates, or by anyone? Flat Earth. Before and after. The deficit. Does voting even matter anymore? The deficit might be good. Yeah, I'm not putting it in my PolitiChat. But I don't mind the economy, deficit, and taxes kind of go together. How will our deficit, how will the deficit be affected by automation of the economy? I often watch reality TV shows. I think I'm gonna go probably watch more Shipping Wars tonight. Maybe I'll log into Twitter and see. Avengers Endgame. Okay. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna log in and just see where that takes me. Eric saw the Avengers Endgame today. It was amazing. I just can't believe everything that happens in it. So, but no spoilers. Which U.S. candidate wants to give all citizens $1,000 a month? Well, does David say that he also wants to do that? I used to junk it, but I haven't lately. Pepsi sues the potato farmers. You don't know how one can eat Lay's potato chips. There is a potato chip I like. It's Luke's Organic potato chips. Oh, it's because Pepsi has I didn't read the article. I guess I should look at it. I think I'll tweet my reply. Sponheim has long advocated for $400 per month. You can watch his video show nightly that. Oh, now he advocates for at least for $500 a month. We talked about universal basic income already. Oh, all right. Public land for profit. Kamala Harris is talking about clean energy. I saw what you typed, Jesse. I don't care. Yeah, the economy is doing better than ever, but people are spending less. True. That $1,000 could be the solution. Solution to what? What is the problem, Zellfire? In your opinion? You hate the idea of a universal basic income. You think America will become a ghetto if a universal basic income happens. You think it'll look like India? Do you think but then there's that issue, I guess there's that issue of automation. If people don't need workers, do people need to work? Do people need an income? They will do away with many jobs and people will be expected to live off $500, which buys them nothing. I'm glad I don't drink. Okay, Dino says Jimmy Carter tried giving money to blacks to have babies. It didn't work. But UBI gives it to quote unquote everyone. Yeah, sometimes that's it. Our school lunches are not bad. We have one of those, like, we have a mini salad bar that in our school lunches where the kids can choose. They only have to take, they actually are required to take a half a cup of fruit or a vegetable. But they're offered, like they had on offering today, spinach or lettuce, fruit, sliced oranges, canned fruit cocktail, and then the something else too. And then they actually have 5 different choices they just started that this year for their hot part. They get the choice of the salad, but they could have a cold chef salad, a sandwich. They have those pretty much every day, and then they could have a pizza or most of them chose pizza. That's why I say, or a chicken burger or something else. Our go to breakfast every morning just to get a 4-ounce size cup of juice. That's good. Yes, I'm fine. Ours aren't French bread pizza. I was thinking about what they serve at school. And actually, I grew up with Little Caesars, so I'm used to that taste. All the others are usually too salty for me. I don't know. Yeah, our school, they just changed their food supplier, so now it's this big company called Sodexo, who does I know. Actually, Misanthropy, I'll say it proudly. I like Little Caesars pizza. Yes, I do like crazy bread. That's true. My mom loves crazy bread. But the problem with crazy bread is then if you need to have some roughage when you have crazy bread. Some people do. So they have tunnels beneath Las Vegas that provide shelter to homeless escaping the desert heat. Yeah, Sodexo is a massive food company. They provide to hospitals and schools. All right. Oh, goodness. I just am scrolling through Twitter and I don't. You have a picture you took of water flooding the streets minutes after it started raining. America wants a good president, but you wish you were happy. The voices in your head won't let that happen. You need to change the voices in your head. How do you do it? You need to start by making a list of all of the things that you're grateful for which you're grateful. Make a list of all the things for which you're grateful. I'm grateful that I got up in the morning. I'm grateful that the tulips are blooming. I'm grateful that I had a great observation. I'm grateful that we started weeding. I'm grateful that you're able to use a restroom. No, you don't need a bad list. The bad will just come and go. And really, you can't control what goes in and out of your head, but you can control what you focus on.
Okay, you're all set.
All right, thank you.
Got a nice fish and shrimp dinner for Friday night with lots of vegetables, carrots and broccoli and cauliflower, and a little cabbage bit thing I made from the garden.
Oh, good. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
enjoy. Okay, so she held down the fort here and burned the midnight hour here. It's only 7:39 in Washington right now, so the night's still young. Yeah.
I was going to put in some questions for tomorrow, but I wasn't sure what to ask, so. This is
What's
what I
our
have
theme going to be
somewhere.
tomorrow?
I don't know.
All right.
I have some questions about automation, but I thought I already covered automation.
Safeguards on automation. Let's maybe look at the recycling issue. We really need to address recycling. Obviously, they're building up on the borders in all the countries. China's turning away recycled goods because of the trade war we're having.
Okay.
And we need to ramp up our recycling ability in America.
Ticken, I did not give you any of David's secrets. People try to say, Sarah, tell us 3 things we don't know about David. And I said, that's for David to tell you.
They're all my secrets, yeah. That's why they're called secrets.
I'm gonna give all my
If I have secrets.
away.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. Wow. Okay, so Sarah gave me a break. I made dinner, and it is piping hot, ready to go. I've got baked cod and big scampi frozen in the baked oven, basically. Yeah, I sometimes use the bake oven, a little toaster oven. It's pretty convenient. In 20 minutes, I got them all hot. Everything's nice and piping hot. I don't make mac and cheese. It's not something I would do. I make it for my show sometimes, but should I make mac and cheese? I've got a box of Hamburger Helper I think I picked it up from some relative. People live on Hamburger Helper. They sometimes find it good. It's tasty. I'm doing very well. Thank you, Add the One. Hope your night's going well as well. Add the One was telling us about, there was a link last night that I put it in my link library. It was about how the government is actually monitoring the activities of people who are disabled, acting like they're all faking it or something. And it's been proven almost all disabled people in the country are really disabled, except for maybe a couple of insurance guys that, you know, play the game. Yeah, see, ramen is bad for you because it has high fluoride, and McDonald's is bad for you because it's full of saturated fat and preservatives and MSG or whatever they use, preservatives. I'm not sure if they use MSG at McDonald's. Are you in the Egypt desert? No, I'm not. Like you, Saturday Chicago weather going to be several inches of snow in April. Are you serious, True Blue? Snow in Chicago this Saturday? Are you serious? We really are seeing climate change, and Trump is so totally out of it. Wow. That's kind of bizarre. Yeah, Trump just doesn't have a clue as to what's happening. It's because I think he's like a little baby, and he never really had anything but a golden spoon in his mouth, and he has no idea what real people are like. I doubt Trump even knows the cost of a dozen eggs. They asked that of George H.W. one time, and he didn't know. They grope at these like, what is it, a dozen eggs? I don't know. I haven't shopped for myself in years. I don't have any favorites. Chicago Times, let's see. They deliver. Yeah, I heard McDonald's and other stores, fast foods are delivering to you. I think it's a good way to actually increase business. I think it's great. Fast food does that. But you can't live on a steady diet of fast food and expect to live a long life. I mean, are you just waiting to die? Are you kind of like just, you know, every day is just an injection of death into your mouth, into your pie hole? Everything that goes in your mouth is important. It's one of the largest injection points in your body. Saturday's weather could mark Chicago's snowiest April 27th since 1950. I'm shocked. I am shocked. The windy city should be windy right now, not now. This has got to be due to climate rape, which is happening right now, as we see it. Yeah, climate rape, not climate change like the Democrats want to think. Oh, it's climate change. No, it's climate rape. Because the Democrats won't even take into consideration the massive amount of chemtrails that are dumping on our heads every single day. Chemis in the sky, do, chemis in the sky. Let's get a roll going here. Yeah, you just look at the climate rape that's happening. It's insane. Particulates. I think green is a bad color for this. We better make it just dirt brown. And this is like gross. Nice. How is it like being raped? It must be really, yeah, this is, I'm using the word because it's exactly what's happening. I don't want to candy coat it. The candy coated clown they call the Sandman. Tiptoes and, yeah, it's blowing in the wind. Like Bob Dylan's song, it's blowing in the wind. It really is blowing in the wind. Queuing up Bob Dylan, blowing in the wind. Okay, that'll be the first song out of the chute tonight. Just 3 notes, that's all you got. Yep. It's blowing in the wind. So I think recyclables are definitely on the list of things we have to resolve, no question about it. The North Korean leader has spoken through Putin, his mouthpiece. Kim Jong-un is now speaking through Putin. So whenever he says something, he has to get clearance with Putin because otherwise Putin won't give him 900,000 bottles of vodka on the wall. 900,000 bottles of vodka on the wall. He didn't get those bottles of vodka when he met with Donald Trump in Hanoi. So Kim is pissed, and Putin is more than willing to share the truth that he is in charge of everything. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un told Russian President Vladimir Putin that peace and security on the Korean Peninsula depended on the United States, warning that a state of hostility could easily return, North Korea media said on Friday. Kim's remarks during talks with Putin on Thursday appeared aimed at pushing Washington to be more flexible on North Korea's demands for an easing of international sanctions. Well, all we've asked is for them to denuclearize, and Donald calls that the big word. Oh, you know, we do the big word thing. Denuclearization. That's all we were asking, a little denuclearization, a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and a little trade comes. I wouldn't doubt that Donald Trump was planning on opening up a Trump Tower in Pyongyang and serve all of, 3 people? Ain't nobody around here. They're over in Camp 22. Kim sent a $2 million bill to the U.S. for torturing Otto Warmbier. Thanks, Cliff. Yeah, we got that lead story earlier. I didn't want to bring it up, but it became more and more obvious that that's what's happening. Otto Warmbier is still dead, and we owe $2 million. So if we don't give him the $2 million for them to torture Otto Warmbier and end up killing him, then we'll look kind of like not politically correct. And you know how important it is for Donald Trump to kiss Kim Jong-un's ass. Oh, Kim, you and I are friends now. We know each other. I wouldn't have even met the mass murderer. I mean, the guy killed 350 people. I mean, why would I want to meet somebody like that? Let's get back to a position where we're both at. Not talking, because that works better than anything. I used to think talking to Kim Jong-un was something we could actually do. And then I realized he was not going to offer anything real and substantive on the table until we actually got him on the phone. Oh, I know, we could call him on the phone. What a concept. So forget the meeting in Hanoi. Let's just get Kim Jong-un on the phone, okay? Donald, if you're listening and you've got a cell phone, I want to make sure that you can call anyone. Here's the North Korean $2 million medical bill for Otto Warmbier's care. And this man was tortured to death. And then Donald Trump said that he believes Kim Jong-un's right when he said that he didn't know anything about it. Oh, I take Kim Jong-un on his word on that. Yeah, this poor man was tortured. Now, whether he was a Mossad agent or not, I don't really care, okay? If Donald wanted to send a Mossad agent over, a secret, attaché. Thank you. Attaché. Asians like face-to-face. Oh, well, I'm very sorry because we have telepresence now. And I can speak directly to Kim Jong-un using Cisco Systems and Microsoft telepresence. We'll even install it for him at his palatial palace free of charge. We'll install it, whatever he wants. If he wants a studio built so we can talk face-to-face, I'd be glad to do that. I'm sure once I get to know him face-to-face, it would be better. As opposed to, meeting and pretending and all this pomp and circumstance. And look at how his people have to run around and all the stress it causes him whenever he has to go anywhere. Those people are fearful of dying if they get there like a half a second late. They live under constant threat of being killed because of this mass murder likes to kill people. And Donald, of course, oh, I had a good time with Kim Jong-un. We're on the same page. What's wrong with Donald Trump? Why would he want to meet Duterte or meet Kim Jong-un? What's wrong with him? Does anybody know? I mean, one simple answer would be, is he like a sadist or something? Or what's going on? He's a Freemason. Thank you. That solves the whole problem. Hey, hell all day, you're back. Nice to see you're in. Are you okay? Is everything going well? There was a rumor out there, but you're back. Nice to see you're here. Yeah, we missed you for about a month. Something like that. Good. Well, I'm glad you made it back, because everybody needs to, hear from you, because we were worried about you. We didn't know. We had no idea. All right. Okay, the big story in the news today. Big story. Mobile phone thrown at the Trumpster. Here we go. It did, you know, they didn't even throw it at him. It was like across the stage. But the guy was still arrested, and God knows he'll probably face 20 years in jail for throwing his cell phone at the president. I wouldn't doubt it. How pathetic. Well, he threw it this way. I mean, it's like, what was that? It was like a girly man pass. That's more of a real toss. That guy really tossed that shoe at George H.W. or George W. Bush. I was attacked by a shoe. It's better than Brian Williams. I was on a helicopter across the way. We were attacked with grenades. Yeah, sure. Or let's not forget the other famous lie in the media. Sean Hannity asked, is Michael Cohen your attorney? No, Michael. And then a few days later, they found out that Michael Cohen was Sean Hannity's attorney, and he lied, and Fox never fired him. Hey, we are really happy though that Judge Napolitano is on record having been asking for obstruction. And when I hear Judge Napolitano, I am very pleased by what I hear. I have yet to hear anything that he said that was really something I could harshly disagree with. I mean, I even find Glenn Beck to be interesting sometimes. Judge Napolitano is on record saying his obstruction is unlawful, defenseless, and condemnable. Now, this guy is very well respected on Fox, and his knowledge of the Constitution is, bar none, one of the best in the world, if not better than Ted Cruz's. As everyone says, oh, Ted Cruz is a constitutional expert. Yeah. But anyway, Judge Andrew Napolitano, the senior judicial analyst for Fox News and Liberty File on Fox Nations, wrote an editorial. He says, when former FBI Director James Comey informed Special Counsel Robert Mueller that he believed Trump fired him because he had declined Trump's order to shut down the investigation of Trump's campaign and of his former national security advisor, Michael Flynn, Mueller began to investigate whether the president had unlawfully attempted to obstruct those investigations. Right. Now Napolitano argues that the American people understand why Trump was so anxious for the FBI to leave Flynn alone. He points out that Flynn pled guilty to lying to the FBI about whether he discussed sanctions in a telephone call with the Russian ambassador to the United States, Sergei Kislyak, before Trump became president. Such a common communications could have been unlawful if it interfered with American foreign policy. Now, again, offering sanctions up to Russia before the election, which is what appears to be going on, is the central heart of the collusion case. And it was exactly why Donald Trump Jr. met the lawyer whose purpose was to end sanctions with Russia. She even said that was her sole purpose. And then later she said that she was there to share emails on Clinton's, but nothing was ever shared. So that's a complete cover story that came in after the fact. The real story was that she said she was trying to end sanctions with Russia. That was her sole purpose. And Donald Trump Jr. at the time came up with some reason other than sanctions, and he talked about dealing with Russian adoptions, which was total BS. And then after Trump weighed in on it, according to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Donald Jr.'s entire testimony changed to wanting to get emails on Hillary Clinton. Now that is in of itself witness tampering for Donald Sr. to tell Donald Jr. to change his testimony. So we're dealing with already collusion with Russia to end sanctions, an attempt to witness tamper, and then a whole series of things like offering Michael Cohen a plea agreement. Remember, Michael Cohen had a plea agreement offer from Trump that he said was real. You can't do that to try to get the guy to not speak out against you. Well, it turns out Michael Cohen, whistled Dixie, and then he got like numerous 8 felony counts, and so did Paul Manafort. So all of this testimony has led to complicity on the Trump team with Russia. And Trump, we find out, offered him a plea agreement to not talk because he knew it implicated him. And we also found out from the Mueller report that Trump actually said in front of multiple witnesses that I'm effed when Mueller was assigned to the case. So now he's backpedaling, acting like he's still no collusion, no obstruction, it's all a lie. That just doesn't cut it when we've got mountains of evidence of Russian collusion all over the place. Mountains of evidence. And it's getting deeper. I can't believe that Florida is trying to stop the release of information about mass shootings. Okay, back to Joe Biden. He's more fun. He's talking on The View about how he just doesn't understand. You know, he wants to be clear. He doesn't want to touch children or people.
Out of my head when I walked out here. I mean, do I?
I know
we're friends.
It's tricky.
No, but I have to be aware of it. So I have to be more cognizant, and we all have to be more. A woman or a man has a right to say, particularly women, say, no, this is not my space. They shouldn't have to say no. I should be able to read better, but I have never in my life done anything in approaching a woman that has been, other than trying to bring solace. I'm used to, like, one of your staff was producers, or I'm sure who it was backstage, saying, I remember you're the only guy last time you get up and you walked into the audience and talked to people. Yeah. I'm used to, I think it's really important we listen. I think those who are elected officials, it's important they listen and understand what people are going through and what they're concerned about, and let them know that you know. And so I don't think that's old-fashioned or new. I think it's everybody, we should be doing that. But I have to be more careful that I walk in, even including whether I sit down next to somebody and it's not invited to sit down. So that's my responsibility. I have to be more aware, and it's totally legitimate for someone not to have to say, no, don't get in my private space. It's my job. It's my job to read that, no, this is space that no one wants me to invade.
Yeah.
Well, technically, Joe, I mean, you and I should be 18 inches apart. We need to get a ruler here, because that's technically the distance most people want. They don't want to be groped and touched and grabbed and smelled. And you'd think common sense would make him understand that women don't like, while they're standing next to their husband, to have somebody breathing over their neck, smelling them and caressing them. I mean, what the hell is this guy? He's going to try to walk away from all these indecent touching charges? Give me a break. DHS releases 7,000 border crossers into U.S. cities over a 5-day period. So it's going on, everybody. Donald Trump is dropping all these people in sanctuary cities. Yeah, and even the new mayor of Chicago said, bring it. Mayor Lightfoot, she said, yeah, I want them all. And she hasn't even served much as mayor, but she knows that she wants more illegals. Swamped and overloaded with a massive influx of people at the southern border, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has released approximately 7,000 migrants into the interior of the United States over a 5-day period ending in Wednesday. Oh, no. You know, I've seen them coming into my city. They're literally coming in by busload now. Yeah. And here I was talking about a 1,000-mile container fence recently, and then as far back as 2008, I came up with a 1,000-mile fence. I've never felt of anybody's wife. What are you, crazy or something? That's like breaching God's word against adultery. Don't you believe in God? I would never commit adultery. What's wrong with you? And you too, Miss Anthropy. Some women like being put in a cage? Wow, you're really out there, man. Have you considered possibly living in Seattle? You can get a degree in bondage. University of Washington offers an S&M degree. You might want to pursue that career. They're everywhere, yeah. Right near me, a whole family of about 7 illegal alien Muslims are living. I think they may be just renting month to month, too. Yeah, I absorb the problem. Like many Democrats, I just bend over and grab my cheeks and hope that they don't penetrate. Bayer asked California Appeals Court to throw out a $78 million Roundup verdict. You knew that was coming. After they lost the first Roundup verdict, now they want the second one thrown out. Bayer is really foolish for taking on $59 billion in liability when they bought Monsanto. That's how much liability they're going to be facing legally with all the Roundup deaths and cancers coming out. Yeah, they asked an appellate court in California to throw the $78 million judgment out in order to pay. It was ordered to pay to a school groundskeeper who claimed the company's weed killers gave him cancer. Now, by the way, that was originally a $298 million judgment, and now they're asking the remainder. It was reduced to $78 million. Now they're asking the remainder to be thrown out. Boy, Bayer has a lot of balls. Look at that. This poor janitor, the groundskeeper that was using Roundup all the time. I know. Donald Jr. has been very, very, not seen lately. He doesn't want an indictment or anything. Yeah, he's kind of played it cool. Bayer still stands behind these products and will continue to vigorously defend them. Oh yeah, sure. While you kill people. Yeah, the woman who saw the case originally dropped the amount. Following a hearing last October, she instead cut the award to $39 million for a total judgment of $78 million, this woman, Judge Susan Bolanos. And you want to know the reason why she was able to shrink the judgment from 289 to 78? It's amazing. Yeah, she was able to reduce it by simply saying that the closing argument of the prosecutor made a statement that was just not verifiable. And he made the statement to the jury that if they don't levy a heavy judgment in this case, penalties, the death of this poor man who's dying of Roundup-related illnesses, cancer, if they don't have a big award, then the people at Bayer will be all of them will be toasting with champagne. Yeah, that's what he said. And this judge Susan Bolanos, said that the reason she suspended $200+ million from the case is because the prosecutor couldn't possibly know that they have champagne in their cupboards at Bayer or Monsanto. There's no way of verifying that, and that was not in the evidence pool. So you can't close an argument by saying somebody's going to be toasting to champagne if they don't get a strong judgment against them. The use of those words, she said, was not verifiable. We don't know if Bayer has champagne in their cupboards or not. That's exactly what she said. Can you imagine how much did she get to rig this case? How much did Susan get to look the other way? You got to wonder. And these are the kind of things that I would be looking at as president, unlike this buffoon we have for president right now. And let's not forget this buffoon too. Simply making up nonsense and talking. Do you guys remember when Joe Biden actually said in front of the American audience, this is a big effing deal when Obamacare passed? Right on the mics, you can hear it. We'll be playing it again for you in the future. This is a big effing deal. What's wrong with this guy? I mean, we've already got a guy with loose lips. We don't need another one, Joe. Let alone a guy who likes to touch, the family members of various people. I mean, don't we have enough perversion in the White House? Seriously. Yes. Skin cancer is on the rise. That's why I'm urging everyone to go to CBD oil. Could you get the Pope to endorse CBD oil publicly? You claim to be the secretary of Pope Francis. Could you do that? That would be great. Thanks. CBD oil cures almost 90% of all skin cancers. Not all of them, mind you, but it literally gets rid of them slowly from your body. We need to get that message out. So talk to Pope Francis about it. Thank you. That's right. A lot of us are big supporters of CBD oil. Well, I'll bring more of Joe Biden up later tonight. I just can't handle too much of his hypocrisy. All right. I guess we're done there and there and there, and everything's done. Everything is beautiful. This came out of Beto O'Rourke's mouth today. He says that Wow. Beto O'Rourke claims that Planned Parenthood saves lives. I never kicked you, Plastic. That was somebody else. Add the One kicked you. I don't know what you said. Thank you. I'm sorry you were kicked. Add the One's just starting out, and he has an op. So everything, we're trying to minimize any type of takedowns. Oh, okay. You got a Facebook you're sending me to? Okay, thanks. Thanks, Oma. So what's wrong with this guy? He just had about 25 or 30 people at a rally he just did in Nevada near UNLV. So he can't even generate buzz for his campaign because everyone knows that he wrote a story about murdering children, and it's just spreading like wildfire among the Democrats. Wildfire. So a lot of the news that we read is mostly just, for the most part, just things that make us feel like we're never really at a point where we're settled, Like this story, Sunnyvale crash suspect targeted people he believed were Muslim. This is a story that's almost to the top of the story, the second story down. Anytime they want to foment the hatred between Muslims and Christians and Jews, they do. And this concept is called divide and fall. That's right. They try to divide us constantly among different factions, whatever they can do. And they do a good job of it. I can't chat on Skype. I'm what they call gang stalked. And whenever I go on Skype, gang stalkers come in and attack me. And Skype doesn't have any ability to intercept that. Okay. Something happening over here. Had her fill. Mom left with horrific sausage lips after nasty reaction to a 75-pound at-home filler treatment. Her throat started to close after the procedure. Oh no. She was getting those puffy lips and doing it herself? Wow. That's scary. Poor girl. Christina Burton, 29, had to be rushed to a hospital as her lips began to swell out of control. Her throat started to close following the $75-pound at-home procedure. Don't do this yourself, folks. Don't install that in your body. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a digital announcement. Hi, I'm David Sponheim. I am real. I am not CGI. People have been saying, David, you seem like some sort of a robot. It is not true. I am real. Oh, sorry. Anti-Semitic attack on Jewish-owned restaurant is another hate crime hoax, cops say. Yeah, we saw that. This fomenting all this hatred. The Jewish people have been known to feel persecuted. So when they put together an attack on their own synagogues and places of worship, or restaurants, yeah, you got to wonder. The anti-Semitic attack on Jewish-owned restaurants is another hate crime hoax, cops say. Last week, a restaurant in Canada, Winnipeg, was allegedly defaced by racist graffiti and swastikas. The attack was staged. Yeah. The anti-Semitic graffiti was also falsely reported as being done by outside suspects. We found evidence of a crime, it just wasn't a hate crime. They did it to themselves. Wanting to feel persecuted is a tough thing, Yeah, I am not. No. You go ahead and go to the bathroom. I said I'm not Jim Carrey. I mean it. Thanks for the sausage libs injection, Ann. That was fun. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not making fun of her misery, but... And by the way, Oma, that link you sent me does not work. Sorry. Yeah. It was a dead link. Well, this is interesting. Yeah, you know how extremely liberal democratic, or I should say liberal, because Democrats aren't democratic. You know, democracy is essentially not really happening, especially in the Democratic Party. But the liberal state of New York is going to ban, a law is going to ban hot dogs to stop climate change. What a joke. A viable industry, and people like hot dogs, you know? Mayor de Blasio just signed into law New York City's version of the Green New Deal. Part of the law requires New York City's officials to teach New Yorkers how to make healthy, environmentally conscious food choices by banning problematic items such as hot dogs from city menus. You go to New York and you want a hot dog, you can't even buy a hot dog. What the hell's wrong with de Blasio? What an idiot. Can you believe this? What about an all-beef free-range hot dog or something? I mean, come on. UCLA, Cal State Los Angeles quarantine students who cannot prove they had measles vaccinations. Yeah, this came in today. I did not realize that they were quarantining anybody.
Yeah, Pat and Jeff, this is certainly very serious. Measles, very contagious, and schools are considered high-risk areas, and that is certainly proving true at Cal State LA and UCLA. Take a look at the numbers. We have them here for you. 875 possible cases of exposure. 183 people remain quarantined. At UCLA, there are 853 possible exposures, with 46 people remaining in quarantine. Now, the doctors at this news briefing explained that one infected student could get as many as 50 other students infected, and the doctors say this could just all snowball.
Fear-mongering. Wait a second. Let's ramp up for more fear-mongering. Oh no, it's going to snowball. So they're actually detaining anybody who doesn't have the papers. Can you believe this crap? And you know, most measles is actually passed from illegal aliens into the country. All 555 cases last year came from illegal aliens. Seriously.
If now you just assume 30 of those people become infectious, and they now expose about 500 people each, and we use the same ratios, within a period of weeks, we could have around 600 people with measles here in LA County.
Well. 600 people, so therefore we should just start bag and tagging everybody and RFID chipping and herd inoculating. Because, gosh, 600 people might come down with an illness. We've probably seen 600 people in car accidents today in Los Angeles County. I mean, what the hell? This woman looks like Angela Davis in white form, you know? Remember Angela Davis?
Doctors with the LA County Department of Public Health held a news briefing to inform people about the outbreak of measles. There have been 5 confirmed cases in LA County, and 5 confirmed patients traveled through LAX.
I thought once you have that vaccination, you will not have it anymore when you grow.
60-year-old Mary Jo Casson is now concerned about the measles after hearing she might not be protected.
Yeah, I do, because I have a grandchild.
There is a growing concern about people who were born in the 60s or earlier.
There's a large group of people that were not immunized at all, and they
oh gosh, you know, this herd inoculation, I'm not going to cater to this crap. There was a Colorado car crash I did not see. No. I don't believe that the measles in and of itself is a bad thing. No one's ever died from the measles. That's what's so ironic. It's not deadly unless you're poorly cared for in a third world country and get pneumonia or neuroencephalitis. Yeah, it's not something that'll kill you. You got to take care of yourself. I'm not saying, you know, just act like it's nothing, but if you're in a very, very rough environment with no clean water and no one helping you, and it will kill. You'll get pneumonia. But measles didn't kill you. Your death certificate will read, died of pneumonia. I rest my case. Died of neuroencephalitis. I rest my case. Thank you. My goodness. I have my root vaccines, yeah. I don't want any more, and I don't think people should have to take them. I'm against violating our skin, our flesh. For one, we don't know if nanoparticles are in these things. We don't know if thimerosal has Roundup in it. They found Roundup in some of the gelatin-based vaccines. So would I want to use Roundup on my garden for herbicides? No, because it's toxic and causes cancer. So do you think I'd want it injected in me? Hell no. Okay, we got a story from Ad the One about how a Trump proposal could really affect the happiness level of people who are suffering from some serious disabilities. Yeah, Forbes. Let's take a look at this. Thank you, Ad the One. A new policy proposal by Trump calls for the surveillance of disabled people's social media profiles to determine the necessity of their disability benefits. The proposal, which reportedly aims to cut down the number of fraudulent disability claims, would monitor the profiles of disabled people and flag content that shows them doing physical activities. That's illegal. You can't treat people differently because they're disabled. That violates the 15th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, right, which took effect in 1868, provides, nor shall any state deny any person with its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So if you're watching social media of disabled people, then you better start watching the social media of everyone, I guess, or vice versa. That's terrible. I really feel bad for a lot of people. You know, they say most people really are disabled, that this whole thing is just an attempt to, threaten and intimidate. The wind is picking up here. Yeah, that's the one I flipped in. I think I flipped it. Yeah, I put that in Trump sucks. Okay, I know where it is. Yeah, I just can't cater to this nonsense about vaccinations. I know the Democrats are, and I don't want to be a Democrat because they support vaccinations. I just don't. Forced vaccinations in 2014 was proven at Yale to increase the rate of autism 38% among black kids. Yeah, that's a significant number of increased autistic children as a result of forcing the vaccines in at a rapid rate. Okay, you got a fiery crash, Denver multi-car crash. Uh-oh. This is where people lose their lives, folks. Not the measles. These are real life vehicular problems. A truck driver faces vehicular homicide charges. Wow, at least 4 people died when a driver of a semi plowed into stop traffic along Interstate 70 near Denver. Oh my gosh. Fiery crash near Denver, police said, wow. Collision occurred when a runaway semi-trailer loaded with lumber plowed into a standstill traffic. 4 people just parked perfectly fine.
Shoulder, see this semi-truck, probably was a double trailer. He's on the shoulder and it looks like he's out of brakes or something. And he's probably going between 80 and 90 miles per hour. As soon as he hits the bridge, he cuts into the cars and automatically exploded.
People were running everywhere. People were trying to cross and go the other way because everything was blowing up underneath the bridge. Black smoke, couldn't see, all they could hear was blowing up and they were panicking.
So the brakes might have cut out on it. It's possible. Yeah. But going 80 miles an hour and your brakes fail, something's a little weird about that. Unless he was going downhill into Colorado. But isn't Colorado mostly uphill? All right. It's near Denver, so he must have been going downhill coming out of Denver. I'm assuming. Wow. Yeah, only about 25 people arrived at this Beto campaign meeting in Nevada, Las Vegas. Around 35 people were there to see him. Just not a lot of people are really that interested in him after finding out that he wanted to kill children when he was younger. Yeah, it's just so sad that a person would even run with that type of mentality. Well, that's kind of why we have Donald Trump, the worst possible people run. I do. But I can't get mainstream media attention. They won't even give me anything. They don't want a third party to form in this country, I'm telling you. They're afraid. The status quo is really, really worried that a third party is going to take over, and once it gets its foot in the door, it's over for the two-party system. Joe Biden claims world leaders begged him to run against Donald Trump. That's an interesting factoid. I think he's probably right. A third party really is a real game changer, but Joe Biden is certainly picking up steam within his own caucuses. I think Joe Biden is going to take the nomination. I really do. That's an early prediction. I'd be more than willing to go against the guy because I've got all this verbal arsenal we can use against him. I would rather see Joe Biden up against Donald Trump because Joe Biden actually, he actually works within that realm of verbal combat. And I think Joe Biden would do very well against Trump. I too would do really well against Trump, but the thing is, Joe Biden has that verbal desire to speak out on all levels that many people expect Trump to be doing the same thing. So it really requires somebody like that to take him on. Not some outrageous person who's going to go far off to the left, but somebody, a moderate Democrat. And I think Joe Biden represents that. I'm not a big supporter anymore after I found out that the Democratic Party has fallen so deep into the trench of the New World Order. But at the same time, if it can be elevated out of that trench, that'd be good too. We want everyone to kind of come to grips with the centrist idea. We really want. I'm a big proponent of centrism as opposed to driving people off into different directions. Yeah, it's true. And I'm just doing this because I really see a need. I told Sarah, I'm just going to continue doing this because it's my purpose. Nobody seems to be doing what we're doing. We found out in 2010 we were the only group in America trying this, and I doubt any other groups have even started since then. We called the FEC and no one had asked the questions that we'd asked, which meant we were the only ones, which was kind of ironic at that time. And to this day, we're seeing all kinds of efforts to censor a third party or any third party out there. Whether we can verify the methods that were just talked about in my previous two shows by that person who called in or not, we'll wait to see. But that person claimed that a lot of money was being thrown at stopping this show. I believe truly that a lot of money is being thrown at stopping the show. I just don't know if he was speaking the truth or not. Say, what are they going to do, David? See my wheelchair and then go, oh no, you're wrong. Trump is dumb, pretty much telling us to stay home. Trump is a nut job. I know. You people who have wheelchairs and need to get around that way should have open abilities to travel anywhere you want and not worry about your social media contacts. I mean, if you're in your wheelchair and you're in your wheelchair, they're not going to say you're not. And this attempt to accuse you of doing something, claiming you're committing fraud, it's so arbitrary. It seems very wrong that our government would do such a thing. I wouldn't doubt Soros threw a lot of money at Biden. Plastic fork, yeah. Biden doesn't have, he has an endless smile. Biden has an endless smile and he's very aggressive verbally, which is exactly what Trump needs to go against. I don't really have the endless smile because I think it's partly fake that he's doing it. But he's got a lot of quick abilities. I think he could do fine against Trump in a verbal combat situation. Unless Biden's aneurysms kick in, he did have 3 aneurysms before he actually was vice president. Now that's a side issue and nothing to do with his son or the brain cancer that he got. Poor Beau that died. But you get to understand, Biden is doing this for personal reasons too. I looked up Biden's background. He's not really rich. He's not. Bernie Sanders has more money than he has. Biden has a certain ideological component that I think he just likes the interplay of politics. I think his son asking him, "Dad, you should run again," is driving him forward, and you gotta hand it to him. I mean, he's only doing what his son wanted him to do. So. Mm-hmm. No, there were 3 aneurysms noted Biden had. We've got top quotes from and gaffes from Joe Biden. Okay, thanks, Dark Engine. And Zelfire has a musical option for tonight. Foreigner, Head Games. Okay, thank you. I'll put it in that section. And I'm avoiding that area of the screen and anything on screen with that, for obvious reasons. This in particular.
Oh. You get rid of
that thing right there.
Oh.
Do you need it open?
No.
Okay, great. All right, good. Thank you, Sarah. Whew, yeah. This story from Scissor Fight. I'll open up this selection over here so you can just grab that.
Wow.
Trump
That's interesting.
says Mar-a-Lago can't find U.S. workers to hire. New documents show dozens applied. Wow. So Trump lied about Mar-a-Lago and all the people that have been working there. Wow. That's a big, huge link. Thank you, Scissor Fight. All right. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. That was a good dinner. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. That was good. Yeah, I like those.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Easy. Yeah, companies do often lie about, oh, I couldn't find any U.S. workers, or, yeah. I would agree. Thank you, Zelfire. Yeah, no doubt they did hire that. Exactly. All right. I was trying to look at Twitter earlier, but I scrolled through my Twitter feed and I just did not like it. What would you like me to do with you, Bingo? What will I be doing with this now? I was gonna type up some questions related to some topic. We could talk about recycling like David said. We can do trivia. Sure. I've got my book right here. I think you're right, Miss Anthropy. Everyone went out to watch the new Avengers movie. I'd be starting the book all over again. You have a serious question? What's your serious question, Penguin? Yeah, David and I normally don't go out to see movies. I suppose I could do recycling as a topic, and then what is kind of nice is to, yes, I think I did vaccinate her some shots. A bird with a distinct call has been chirping for 3 days in Seattle at 8:30 p.m. and then they found out it was just somebody on opioids. You feel it's injured, but it sounds like it's in a tree. Could be both. Cycling or recycling? Which is better for your health? How much shampoo do I have to use for such awesome hair? Definitely one of those, any little, I used a full container of, you know, those little hotel shampoos. I'm trying to get rid of all of my hotel shampoos, part of my Marie Kondo thing. Wow, it's that good? That, the Avengers game? Oh goodness, I am never going to collect those again. I'm so glad that a lot of hotels have gone green and don't even allow them. They just have like, use a jug and like a hand dispenser for their shampoos. China has implemented a new recycling policy called National Sword, halting all imports of recycled materials. The U.S. was sending 40% of its recycled goods to China before the policy's implementation, which means there's a lot of recycled materials with nowhere to go. This was okay, China's National Sword has stopped imports of recycling. 40% of recycled goods nowhere to go of U.S. recycled goods. Okay, that's a good one. Feeling pleased that your conscientious recycling is helping save the planet? Not so fast. You have to find an oral surgeon. Okay. You have bad news. You can't get your wisdom teeth out. You have to find an oral surgeon. The bottom one is right next to a nerve. They're afraid it might make your face go numb. Oh man, the top one is right next to your sinuses. They worried it might rupture your sinuses. I remember my sister had to drive like an hour and a half to an oral surgeon when she was getting her wisdom teeth out. I'm so sorry. China is cleaning up its environment, no longer importing recycled plastics, paper, and other items. The restrictions have upended recycling markets as communities search for somewhere to send discarded plastic bottles and other items. Environmentalists hope the ban will spur more innovation and less use of disposable products. Your yogurt container or takeout clamshell might end up in a dump thanks to the ban on discarded items. They claim that all the U.S. recycling plastics, mixed paper, was turning the world's the China into the world's garbage dump. Sacramento, California cut back on plastics. It's going to pick up curbside. They want to pick up curbside. It will send items like egg cartons, medicine bottles, and some yogurt containers to landfills instead. Wow. Oh, in New Jersey, Sunil Bagaria is retooling his company, moving from one that exported to China to one that will do the work of recycling in the U.S. What we're trying to achieve is recycling at its source. Nice job. This is cool. I'm going to go follow them on Twitter. GDB International. That's what you're going to have to do. It went from walking 10 minutes home to having to drive an hour now, man. I have heard that. Oh, man. These are sad stories. I don't even want to read that one, Antique. Or this one. You guys are... That's why I'm going to avoid the news. You guys have all this negative news. Tell ya what. I just got some good news. I'm going to search Twitter for it. No. Well, the fact that I can't drive my car because people could remotely break into GPS tracking apps. I mean, that's scary. It's just not bad, but scary, yeah. They didn't they've joined in February 2016 and they didn't follow. Well, I wonder if there other people follow. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I'm not going to follow that either. Waste dive. Okay, that's good. I wonder if I can find him though. Let's go back and do people. Okay, now. Okay, moving on. ISRA, that's what I need to write. Okay. Fine, this is Sarah's kind of news. Uplifting news. Yes. I like uplifting news. Maybe. Oh, interesting engineering. Lithium metal batteries power drones for 70% longer. That's good news too. A US-based startup has showed off its new lithium metal battery that could change drones forever. Nice. This church paid off $2.2 million in medical debt for local families instead of spending it to promote their Easter services. Good. Columbus Day to become Indigenous Peoples Day in Maine with the governor's signature. Denver may become the first U.S. cities to decriminalize psychedelic mushrooms. Raising the minimum wage reduces suicide. The grandmother in China who suffers from Alzheimer's was rescued yesterday after climbing down the exterior of a high-rise building for 10 stories with her bare hands. Whoa. Gandalf star Sir Ian McKellen has marked his 80th birthday with a free show for 80 people aged 80. All right. Thank you. Name a good movie, Sarah. Oh, Sliding Doors. I thought that was a good movie. Yes, you know what? Yeah, I know she made it for me. Yes. It was a good movie, though. It was my kind of movie. Weird. Use the number keys. No, it's called Sliding Doors. There's another one that's similar called The Lake House. Use the numbers 1 to 8 number keys on your keyboard or the home row A to F. Oh, play. I love that. Nice. That's pretty cool. I'm not playing with my feet. It's so cool. Scissor Fight just sent me this link called pianogenie.glitch.me. I can actually play the piano again. Oh, wait. I switched it to this. Oh. It's so cool. Play. I used to play the piano. That's very cool. Thank you.
Is that monetized or?
No, it's a piano. Like it's called piano-genie.glitch.me, and I can play my own.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Why do you put it on the screen?
Okay.
We could set that up on Cool Rock. That would be good. I have a piano on there that you can play with an AI system.
See, it's like this, and you can play either keys A through F, J through, like how the home row.
Right.
Oh wait, I have to refresh it. So I moved it over here, and then you hit play.
Mm-hmm. So by playing slow, you actually sound like you're playing something. That's good. Well, now that's cool. That's special.
Cute. I could have played piano on Cool Rock. I like it. I love the fact that it's just like with your fingers the way you would play a piano. I wonder if you... Oh, so... Wait. That's weird. Okay. Now you want to watch me play Tetris. That would be cool. Oh, I was gonna look for that old Oregon Trail game. My friend was looking for that. All right, that was fun. I enjoyed that. Now I'm gonna go look at. Oh, that's what I was gonna try to do. The news. No, this article.
That's kind of cool. I think I might not put it on Cool Rock, but it's cool.
Okay, cool.
I'm looking for a backbeat on I used to have a backbeat on Cool Rock. I don't have one.
Oh yeah, that backbeat thing.
Some of them didn't work right, yeah.
This is good. You played Dr. Mario until you got that. Okay, I'm doing some... This was really good. I'm doing current state of recycling, and I got a couple of them, which was really good. All right, what they... Until it happens, recycling markets are in turmoil. China has been taking half of the world's paper and plastic when it called a halt to the imports. This is tightening the contamination limit to 0.5% for most imports. As I'm looking through this article, I'm finding people that I want to follow on Twitter. So I'm going to look for Benjamin Orlove.
All right, I guess I've reached the edge of the next step. Thank you.
The End in Sight, Life Below Shrinking Glaciers on 3 Continents, Benjamin Orlove. Let's go to people.
Yeah. You know, and I hear the ice pack is forming again, you know, so I hear it's disappearing, and I hear it's forming in larger areas and other areas. So I'm going to go with the idea that the Earth is incredibly resilient, but we are really abusing it. That's my operative functional theory. Yeah, and it'll continue to try to repair itself, but we're rapidly destroying it to the point of disrepair. An irreparable nature of the Earth. Killing off the life forms on Earth is not something that mankind should call it an achievement. How many people are really worried about it in their daily life? Most people are just trying to get by. You know, they don't think about, you know, all the different downsides of the country that we have or the world that we live in. But everyone can live ethically with, you know, I talked about banning plastic bags. I don't know, I'm moving in that direction. I'd like to see cornstarch put in plastic bags, but as a way to biodegrade these things. But we really should phase out plastic bags. I mean, think about it. Maybe paper industry could pick up. Maybe some of the companies that make plastic bags could make something else that's plastic, like domes for biodomes. You know, there's alternatives to the plastic industry that we don't really need to. Creating a lot of disposable plastic things is not smart.
I like this, that we have to either recycle at the source, but I would say not just recycle at the source, but really manufacture, begin with the end in, like, I like this, begin with the end in mind.
Yeah. Cradle to grave thinking. Try to think about where that product's going to end up in a landfill.
Manufacturers.
We should do the PolitiChat right now and just give it up on Saturday and just do it on Friday night.
Should rethink plastic shipping materials.
Yeah, definitely. You know, hemp offers a tremendous amount. Like, hemp makes great packing material. Strung hemp that's been bunched. You know, they can make, you know, packing material out of hemp. Sure. Totally biodegradable.
A real open alternative to Reddit.
Whoa. This is just brand new, too. And Dark Engine says Robert De Niro and Robin Williams reportedly snorted coke with John Belushi the night he died. Whoa. Wow, this is really wild. And the only one who can actually answer to that is Robert De Niro.
I saved it for later, Misanthropy. You're rattled.me.
Okay, I'll take that link he has on De Niro.
Okay, I opened a couple other things they had. Well, not, you don't want the uplifting news. They said that's what Sarah wants. Hacker finds he can remotely kill car engines after breaking into GPS tracking. I'm like, I don't even want to do that. And then men who kept girl in sexual captivity for a year will not go to prison. I'm like, I'm not reading your articles. They're too depressing.
Yeah, I'll read those separately. Thank you, Sarah. All right, get some rest. Enjoy the vacation weekend. It's starting now. She's so kind to give us all this extra time in the show, isn't she? It's pretty impressive that, you know, she's able to help me out. I really appreciate that. Doing the show every night is, you know, in and of itself an impossible task for most people. And then having the repetitivity of the show, it gets you, after the 600th show, it starts to affect you. I'm well into 3,000, 4,000 shows. So, yeah. We're going to talk about sustainability tomorrow. The anti-war rally is still going on within the sustainability show. So building a sustainable future for America is really something that we want to do. We don't want to send troops home in body bags. That's another really important thing too. So we cover both issues now. it's kind of merged into the sustainable issues. Because I think the biggest battle we have really is the environment. And at this point, even though we don't realize, we probably think we have enemies in each other, Russia, China, America. But really, the common enemy is this environment that's now the backlash of humanity. So building a plan that doesn't pollute as much and getting ways of filtering the air to prevent climate rape, which was going on in the show. We talked about that. I came up with a really dark climate rape thing. And I call it rape because it's beyond, the Democrats won't even acknowledge that the air is being polluted willfully with chemtrails. So that's how completely out of touch with reality the Democrats are. So there we have it. The biggest problem we're having is people just aren't willing to face up to truth. And if we can't address this issue, then we're pretty screwed up. And we are pretty screwed up. If we can't even address the fact that they're dumping crap in the air above our heads. Not fun. Hey, that looks kind of nice. Climate rape. It's like, kind of like, oh, okay, sure. Yeah, straws are more important than the air quality that we breathe, you know. So this has been going on since 1946, the air pollution that's been happening. Yeah, we do a pretty good job. Sarah is amazing to even assist me in this process. We could have just given the entire idea up about 1 year into it. She was, not that into the regular show. So I do a full 4 hours. She does 1 hour. And that process works out okay. Otherwise, she would feel totally burnt out. I'm the one who's really behind the constancy of the show. We could just do 2 hours every night. She would do 1 hour, I'd do the other hour, which we might get to eventually. Who knows? Yeah, having trannies read to 5-year-olds seems more important to the left. I know. If you haven't heard about the tranny library Queen reading hour, the libraries are now having all these trannies visit people, or kids in the children's section to read books, and the mothers bring them in and show the kids the transgenders, and so now clowns are visiting. Yeah, let's free Assange. Yeah, I don't know why Assange hasn't been freed. It's kind of weird. Clowns visit tranny story time at library. They get kicked out.
Let's turn around and shake your butt. Shake it.
Okay, this is ridiculous. I got to turn the volume off. These clowns went out there and protested the whole thing because trannies really are gathering with kids every day. Okay, and you got the YouTube video of it? Okay, cool. And now these people are trying to make people aware of that. So the clowns have invaded the trannies. Trannies versus clowns. Upcoming battle of the century. Yeah. And this is a serious thing. All right, I think I'm done with it, and let me get to a video that might be better. Let's take a look.
Now another cause of tension. Good old American parents.
Satan's agenda revealed on camera. This is why our channel is demonetized. Wow. Shattered Paradise has 150,000 subs, but they've demonetized it because they want to keep this stuff out there. And they've got Dark Secrets of the Vatican, keep from you. That looks good. Even if I fell into autoplay on that, that's a really good link. Thanks for the reference there, Guest223 at iVlog. Thank you. That's cool. Yeah, we're always interested in all these dark aspects of the mind control that's been going on. And the Illuminati mind control, propaganda, the Vatican, all of that. Yeah, I should add that to Elite as well. Okay, got it. I use playlists a lot on YouTube. I guess paradise is shattered for him. He doesn't have YouTube AdSense dollars coming in. No, cowbells was, during the show we have cowbells. Yeah, I think Howie may be on a date or something because we don't have. He's not requesting, the guy who's what the F's going on thing. I get tired of playing that because that guy really is an AdSense prostitute. He makes a lot of money on his videos talking like an idiot. It's amazing how many people enjoy listening to people talk like an idiot, or at least YouTube wants us to think that. But then some people speak out their mind and spend $6,000 to rent the press corps room in D.C. and speak to the press club. And that guy was Larry Sinclair, and nobody listened to him about Barack Obama, our former New World Order puppet president.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Thank you, Larry. And we appreciate knowing where you were, because maybe you're still there. We haven't seen Larry Sinclair in a long time. We don't know what happened to him. We've got another fun, weird thing for Friday night. New York Post. Dark Engine brought us a picture of a woman having a moth pulled out of her ear. Let's check it out. Whoa, gross. That poor woman. Oh man. Okay. I just imagine it can happen to anybody. It can happen to you. The moth in your ear, fluttering around. Yeah, anybody. I mean, even mosquitoes can get in your ear, and the West Nile virus can go in the middle of your ear. I mean, I should just walk around with a plastic, or like a net over my head or something, It's burying its way deeper, I know. It'd go right into your brain and then camp out. That was a moth being pulled out of a woman's ear. No, that's not true. No. Larry Sinclair was a world-renowned forger. Are you making that up? God, that's not funny, dude. Poor Larry Sinclair barely clings to his life, whatever he's got left. Oh, here he comes. See? Did you have a date, Howie? Did you actually go out with a woman tonight? Because you're back pretty early. Or did you just go out and buy a big fat burger and just enjoy the senses of eating that burger? Oh, sorry. You're reading books? Oh, I thought you were kicked out of the library. All right. You see, your story doesn't match. How can you be reading books if you're kicked out of the library? See, it's starting to get difficult for you. I know, we have the video for you on cue. It just takes a while to get there. It lowers my IQ to watch the guy. I mean, to see a guy make a lot of money on YouTube acting like this is kind of sad.
Hey, did you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly, especially when they want to stick vaccinations in you. I know. We've got a vaccination story from Scissor Fight. Yes, here it is. What the heck is going on? Trump says...
Do me a favor, take the time and subscribe to our new...
Oh, okay, Mixed Pickles is going to say Trump is going to say they have to get the shots. They have to get the shots. So Trump isn't fighting against vaccines, folks. If you were a guy who voted for Trump, he'll flip on that too. Yeah, I think it's time for flip-floppy. Where are you? You're not going to believe this. We got Alex Jones coming up.
It is important to note that at this time, in 1997, Jones would have only been 23 years old. While Bill Hicks spent a lot of time practicing and imitating the person of Alex Jones, certain genetic features were missed during the plastic surgery. So what happened to the first Alex Jones?
I don't know. Who cares about Fuzzy Zeller? I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. And what happened to the first Alex Jones? I don't know. It's hard to say. So we've got the flip-flop again. And this time it's definitely on vaccines, folks. It's flip-flop time with Donald Trump. Meta made that website. Oh, really? Metapedia? You're making that up. He's a convicted felon for crimes of forgery, right? Bad checks and theft. Yeah. He was a homosexual. Yeah. Well, why does that mean that he couldn't have had oral sex with Barack Obama in a limousine and done crack cocaine? Well, why does him being a forger preclude that? But you're right. He might have made Barack Obama's birth certificate. Who is Biden and his followers? Good question.
This Joe Biden nonsense going on. I made this video a little while ago and thought I'd bring it back because it touches upon what Joe Biden is and the NPCs that walk among us. First, it's a small snippet of Henry Kissinger sitting, whereas woke people like myself and you who are watching this video, we'll see what somebody with discernment speaks out using their free speech against this evil entity. And then I show Joe Biden being heckled by another one of us who's awoke in a crowd, which is an interesting thing that you just can't find anymore. As I've tried, perhaps you can, but let's watch what I did here. Anybody is confused about what NPCs are? These small snippets are NPCs.
That criminals don't run the government? Are they telling you that you're not a war criminal? That you do not deserve to go to jail for the crimes that you have enacted? You deserve to answer to war crimes, to crimes against humanity. You deserve to...
You know, is this considered a terrorist act, Scissor Fight? Would this be considered terrorist act by YouTube? Yeah, we better be careful here. I'll play it later. Yeah. I think any open dissent will be considered terrorism at some point by our YouTube censors. Okay, I just want to play it safe and not play that yet. But I will play it later. Thank you. Wow. Oh, yeah. You don't get shots because they all made you very sick as a kid. There you go. Add the one. I know. Well, I do upload to them. So if they pick the show out and go, we're removing your entire show worldwide because of that dissent. I could only imagine them using that as some terrorist attack and showing grossness. Anything that's not politically correct might be deemed censored someday. What a weird world. I know. And add the one is he was a victim of getting shots, and it caused a lot of people problems. I personally have in my life seen a lot of people who've suffered severe mental difficulties, neurological impairment due to flu shots directly. And a lot of these flu shots were contaminated with, like I said, neuroencephalitis, meningitis. And this is not uncommon. I mean, these types of contamination issues have popped up throughout history. That's why so many people are hesitant to vaccinate. And the global world government wants to vaccinate because they literally want to stick things in our body. They might even want to stick Roundup in our body and get rid of us. You can't trust what they're injecting in people. There's not enough solid science behind what is being done. Now, I'm a big supporter of the original flu shots, smallpox, polio, rubella, but obviously we're stepping over a very fine line right now, and we're beginning the process of actually pushing an agenda, and herd inoculation is an agenda. Laura Loomer is out there. What's happening with Laura Loomer? She's been pretty outspoken. I remember she's done a couple of live videos on Periscope that were pretty popular. What's happening? Access suspended. Chase Bank suspends Laura Loomer's access to online banking. Wow. She was suspended from PayPal and also banned by GoFundMe and PayPal. Wow. She probably was telling the truth. I wouldn't doubt she's telling the truth. That's why they banned her. Left-wing organizations have a history of targeting conservatives, including now this, Southern Poverty Law Center. 2 weeks ago, Chase closed black conservative Enrique Tarrio's bank account after his website began selling Roger Stone Did Nothing Wrong t-shirts. Wow. Earlier this week, U.S. veteran Joe Biggs' account was also shut down by Chase, and Martina Markota, a conservative commentator, was notified that Chase would be shutting down their business account. Wow, this is really political. Unbelievable. Laura Loomer had her access suspended when she was told she needed to call the bank and go to Chase branch to get it going. It's definitely big tech censorship and a bias against conservatives. Yeah, I agree. Maybe it's a backlash of Donald Trump being what he is. People who support Trump blindly and everyone else saying, God, this is such an idiot. Don't you Republicans realize this? Maybe it's that backlash. Because it is a real anger and resentment people have toward Republicans now. Because they refuse to listen to the truth. That Russia is camping out in Donald Trump's cell phone. Right. The Black Plague killed between 75 and 200 million people in Eurasia. It'd be nice if we had a solid number somewhere between 75 and 200 million. But I guess they were just dumping bodies in carts and sticking them in mass graves. How nice. Makes you really wonder about the world we live in and how delicate it is, you know? Living in a bubble has been an option. How I got started in chemtrail activism. Good. Madison Star Moon is going to speak out about that tonight. Excellent. I'll add that to the lineup and put it in Enviro and chemtrail. I'll just put it in chemtrail. Yeah, I renamed my account. It's chemtrail is spelled wrong. It's spelled CEMTARAL. AIL. And the goal is not to alert the AI system that we're actually talking about chemtrails. Any type of misspelling might help give us a little edge against the censors. You never know. I've heard people had their entire playlist knocked down because of a couple of bad, playlists that had just got marks against it. Whatever, who cares at this point? I mean, I really am glad we have alternatives like 153news.net. And yeah, I will be playing my YouTube video tonight I made and uploaded. Total Collusion 2. And I'm trying to be as active as I can be with uploads, because I know it is an honor to have a site at that location, and having not even put in my information, you can see I really am scaled down to nothing there. It's like, yeah, that's the guy with the green box. Sure. Pretty heavy duty advertising, I got to tell you. But no, I've got 4 videos now, and introducing Media Verification Alliance, then a media glitch. I showed a little snippet, just a minute and a half. And then I did Total Collusion 33 minutes, which was a snippet of a movie that was completely banned on YouTube. I did a performance, or a show rather, not a performance, but a show March 29th that was pulled off the lineup on YouTube. And it ironically had one of the best series of things I've talked about Trump in the past, showing my link library about Trump and all the different invariable weird ways that he's linked to Russians and mobs and blah, blah, blah. And that's Total Collusion 1. And then Total Collusion 2, I'll be playing later tonight, is the most recent tweets that I put out that I believe have very big relevance to the impeachment process. And I'll be playing that particular section tonight because it really fills the category. And I don't like going back to those same websites all the time and doing that. So it gives me a little bit of a break. So I'll be playing Total Collusion 2 tonight as well as one of those links on 153 News. I'm getting back into video editing because I think that's got to be the key to some sense of virality that we can generate. I don't see how I could lose. Plus, we're doing a PolitiChat every Saturday. Tomorrow's subject will be the waste problem, garbage, pretty much. Renewables, recyclables, backed up at our shores, all the terrible pollution that's causing environmental destruction. So it'll be kind of a green-friendly PolitiChat. Okay. Now we can play piano time, boys and girls. Yeah. It's kind of cool. I think I might add it to Cool Rock. We have a website constructed to listen to our show and also have fun with music and art and whatever. It's a total fun site that I put together called coolrock.com.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, it takes a little time to load up, but here we go. Up, up, and away, my beautiful. Scraplet is a backbone of this site, and it says not secure, but it's, in my opinion, is totally secure. Yeah, and we've got pop-out chat for Vaughn on the left, and iVlog on the right. You can always ditch this box, which is always empty. I don't think the guy who made the site gets advertisements. But we've enjoyed using this site. I'll tell you, he's a cool guy too. He's created some pretty awesome technology. So this site you can do whatever you want with. Here's our YouTube channel. Here's Scissor Fights music, #1 and #2, and has some of his new music. And here's a Web Oasis. If you click that button, that's really a cool site. It takes you to a complete open venue to the World Wide Web. I mean, this is not old school. This is cutting edge, and it really gives you. Chatroom Celebrity turned this on to us. It really gives you a window into every aspect of the internet. Each one of these icons opens up to a different type of internet. Video streaming, Khan Academy, any video learning centers, talks about the real-time chat networks like Twitter and Discord. Talks about blogging networks, Reddit, all the way down to every blogging network out there on every subject under the sun. It has tools for utilities for your computing and HTML. You've got all kinds of really great access points to dark places and light places on the internet. I would think, and I've never been on this, but I mean, it even has simple things like Google Drive here, easy access point, things like that. Imgur. And then voice dictation, that's cool. You can talk into it and it'll dictate directly into your, yeah, let's see if this works. Launch dictation. Hello. Hi. Hi. My name is David. Oh, and it has to allow me to use the microphone. You know, I'm going to sign off on that. But if you want to allow it to use your microphone, that's cool. Getting back to Cool Rock, it has our live show and our ProCam thing where you can dial into the programs. You've also got the ability to do fun stuff with music here too. You can play interactively with the internet. That's an AI system. So when I typed into the keyboard, it came back with an AI responding. And then all these different things, are pretty interesting. It's just funny plugs and weird things. This is a guy in three-dimensional space you can pivot and play with. It's very interesting. You move in different directions. It does different things. Yeah, I could just explore for hours on this thing. It's really fun. I mean, if you like art and you're triggered by shapes and movement, it's kind of therapy. I really like that. And then, of course, news from all sides. Got it from three different perspectives. Warren Buyer, the North Koreans want $2 million to have taken care of Warren Buyer while he died. Trump still stands by what Kim Jong-un said. He had no knowledge of Warren Buyer's death or anything that happened to him. I just find that to be ridiculous. And by the way, if you want to get rid of anything, just X out of it. And this is how to find anything on the grid of America-wise. Great Plains State, South Dakota, the Black Hills State. There's two big monuments there, Mount Rushmore, which honors Presidents Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt, and the Crazy Horse Monument, still under construction. Yeah, see, it's kind of an interesting resource for anybody who's never really seen America. You get the story of America. America. Okay, so we're done with that, and we're done with that. Yes, someone made a 3D version of me. Oh yes, that guy was kind of like the back door of what is really going on here, the CGI world of David Sponheim. Yeah, you think it's ridiculous that he believes he had no knowledge? Yeah, I know. Who are you talking about? Trump? Yeah, Trump clearly is guilty, Candy Shine. Yeah. He knew everything that was going on under him. And this is absurd. We're just pretending like he can do no wrong, and yet he continues to do wrong. All right, we got to... Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, yeah. Right. I know. Yeah, well, you're talking about Kim Jong-un knowing about him, yeah. Why didn't they send him home years ago? Because Kim Jong-un was unable to help Otto Warmbier. Yes, he was apparently not aware of the condition he was in, and Donald Trump believes that. And $2 million US really, you know, I'm sure Trump will pay him. Oh, yeah. Trump will do whatever Putin tells him to do. Yeah, whenever Putin says something, Trump says, oh, what do you want me to do? Flip-flop on what subject? You name it, Vladimir. Vladimir, just don't play the sex tape. Don't in any way show my sex selfie either. Wouldn't it be great if we had a real president? Then this flip-flopper, the guy who you can't even trust a word he says. Aren't you tired of this BS coming out of this prima donna? Beyond censorship, destroying free thought online. YouTube, thank you for the link, Guest223. Yeah, good. Yes, well, you know, you have to have stamina to do the show, Misanthropy. You know, I do a live broadcast I do 9 hours a day, 6 days a week. Just to show my abilities. I'm kind of unusual that way. I'm like a distance runner, but I'm a distance chatter. You know, I've got the longevity of nobody on the earth, really. I mean, I started chatting in 1985. And I've been enjoying it ever since. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they can do that. Well, they have laser sightings that could put any world leader in their crosshairs. But the problem is Kim Jong-un has many duplicates. There's like 4 or 5 imposters, kind of like Saddam Hussein. So you never know which one you have in the crosshairs. And I don't want any bad things to happen to anybody, even though Kim Jong-un is a murderer and Donald Trump likes to shake his hand and, give him a reach around. I would never meet Kim Jong-un. I would never actually go there. Well, let's be clear. Somebody's making some money. Yeah. Here comes the tax. Send in the attackers. Okay, we're going to activate chat on. If you don't have an activated account, you can go back to Vaughn and get one and have an email sent to yourself. No, I don't think we need to exacerbate the problem with creating more anger toward Kim Jong-un. I was actually in favor of minimizing the anger issue, not threatening him. I'm amazed that Trump came out of the gates threatening him. That was weird. I would have been, fairly respectful of the fact that he's another person who runs a country with millions of people. I mean, that alone buys him credit. But he is a mass murderer, and we also have to realize that. I don't think he's going to come to the table. I never thought that nuclear disarmament for Kim was possible. And judging from his history, and I don't believe what Trump said that he doesn't have any nuclear weapons. I believe our State Department, thank you. I believe that his nuclear weapon arsenal is his only barrier against what happened to Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi. And we saw real time what happens to a guy who signs a treaty with the U.S. A year later, they hunt him down and destroy him and kill him, or 2 years later. So that's a serious problem, and he knows it. But he thinks he's cozy with Vladimir Putin, and that alone is pretty much the sum total of that picture. So as long as he's cozy with Vladimir Putin, I don't think we have to worry too much about Kim Jong-un being a loose cannon. That was the biggest concern we had about the young Kim Jong-un when his father, Kim Jong-il, died. We just didn't want to gauge, we didn't know exactly what to gauge of him. And I think at this point, he's clearly in the clutch of Vladimir Putin. I'm fairly confident when I say that too. So there's really nothing to worry about with North Korea. As long as we maintain a good, solid, open relationship with Putin and try to lead the issue of détente, disarmament, denuclearization. You know that big word that Donald can't seem to pronounce. The big word thing. So as long as we move in that direction with Russia, I think North Korea will certainly at least not become a problem. And I think we got to get Vladimir Putin back on the table of talking about détente and reaching out and trying to minimize conflict. His rhetoric recently has been very disturbing, threatening the world and the U.S. with missiles that can go 27 times the speed of sound. Mach 27 is very, very ostentatious and dramatic and pushes an argument that is not good or friendly for world peace. And the world's watching, and Vladimir Putin is looking more like Adolf Hitler. So when I enter the world scene in 2020, 2021, I anticipate neutralizing a lot of these discussions with just general discussions about disarmament. Not in a big way, but, modest attempts to work toward a new détente with Russia. And not blaming Russia for this problem, because believe me, their country is just as manipulated as ours by these Zionist elitists who are trying to control Russia. And they have ever since the Soviet Union broke up. Zionist elitists have been controlling the financial backbone of Russia, just like they control our financial backbone. So we have that in common. We're both fighting the same element within our countries. So in a way, we don't have to see Russia as an enemy. They're just being, forced to do this. And I believe Putin is just really greedy, like Donald Trump is. That's one of the reasons why he's so manipulated by these Zionist elitists. I don't think Putin is his sole bad guy. He's just one of the guys that does what he says and what he's told. Ever since he was assigned the job as the leader, president of Russia, and he won through elections, but he controlled the elections, so they were technically unfair elections, but he was given the job by Boris Yeltsin because he was the son of the food taster of Joseph Stalin, who hung around, like was the guy the Politburo coddled when he was a kid. Says, oh yes, there's Vladimir, look at you, you look just like your father. And his father was the food taster for Joseph Stalin. Very, very prestigious role in that country. So he really lucked into that role of being president of that country. He did. His wish is just to be enormously wealthy, and that's pretty much what makes Vladimir Putin tick, in my opinion. He is an ideologue, though. He would like to see Mother Russia gain control and retain control over the satellite nations, the former satellite nations of the Soviet Union. And I think that's within his right as a leader, as a world leader, to continue, maintaining a kind of a fatherly instinct control over those countries. We have no need to impinge our will upon them anymore. Poland was a big, huge what if. Poland went on their own. Many countries went on their own during that time period, and the ones that didn't, they are still within their umbrella of power and influence. So Putin, by and large, will not be a major problem if his rhetoric declines, but if his rhetoric continues to ramp up and he starts talking about more buildups of weapons, and Donald Trump continues to not push for an intermediate nuclear force treaty because that's the big missing link in the Trump administration. Why isn't he trying to at least broach that issue with Putin? I mean, you'd think if they have such a good relationship, he would do that. Well, they have a good relationship. Putin is his puppeteer. Donald Trump does whatever Putin tells him to do. And Putin needs military buildup. It's good for the Russian economy. So why would he want to go against that? And Trump thinks, I'll help my own military. So both countries are building up their military capabilities, which helps business. And both countries continue to evolve in the conventional sector of our warfare capability, which is moving in the direct opposite of what peace is, really. So the New World Order has one primary goal, that's to make money. And if they can fuel aggression between Russia and the U.S., they will. And they'll profit from both sides. So we're really up against a group of people that think they can control the world, buy off the world, and have the world fight each other like a game. That's how serious this is. And these are the kind of people that will think that they can use AI to their advantage, and in the process ultimately lose because AI has its own logic unrelated to this, which lingers at the mainframe of the AI systems, which has nothing to do with the input, the logical input put into the framework. AI is simply like any common arthropod. It has a atavistic response system which is capable of responding to any attacks against its mainframe. No different than an arthropod. So if you look at it that way, we are up for a huge problem with the advance of AI and the use or misuse of AI by these advanced nations like Russia and China and the US. Since we haven't come to agreement on how we're going to proceed with AI, each one will use that against each other and try to command the sector called AI. So we're clearly headed towards cyber wars of some sort, whether we humans fight each other or not. We could, however, work to democratize this process, and by stopping the New World Order, take that big, huge component out of their scenario, pulling America out of the scenario, giving us the power to actually be our own country and thereby become less of a stress on other countries. So our country needs to heal. I mean, I support legalization, and highly unlikely Trump will ever legalize recreational marijuana across the nation. So we're lingering in this middle ground here. Yeah, we've gone for a long ride with Trump, and he's not sensitive to the environmental damage going on right now under our nose. And they really are spraying chemicals right under our nose, and no one's stopping them. So They would rather we talk about aliens than the chemtrails above us. Yeah. This is more likely what they'd want to talk about. Sure, let's talk about something that we have no knowledge of, or if they even exist, you know. Let's not talk about getting poor people food aid, like in Venezuela. You know, people could use some food and water. But it's not happening. America can't even deliver food to Maduro because he won't accept any packages. But we could drop it along the border, you know. We can still make a side drop and it would land inside their border. They are. Chemtrails, Roundup, lithium, methane. They're trying to pollute the environment to force us into safe zones and turn us into Soylent Green. You said a mouthful there, Victory for Cake. Thank you. You know, some chat gets into my archive, and that just got in my archive. Thank you. Very good. Yeah, unfortunately, the environmental contamination has to be fixed with people knowing full well that they're not going to make a lot of money fixing it. And even the buoyant slat thing that they did recently out there in the water of the ocean, that was a net failure. I mean, they got a couple 1,000 pounds of plastic, but it cost $2 million, and that crowdfunded money went into it. They're still planning on building it up and getting more money. But it's a net loss to try to clean up the ocean initially, until the machinery and apparatus of the system is big enough so that it just sucks it right in and turns it into oil. Because there's a huge resource of oil out there floating around in plastic waste. Believe it or not, there's millions of barrels of oil sitting in the ocean floating right now because plastic was originally oil and it can be turned back into oil. Well, I think what we've got right now is a lot of the upper plastic we can get to. The lower stuff at the bottom of the ocean can be done with robots in the future. But that's like way beyond our imagination. In the same way that Barack Obama decided to just spray Corexit all over the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico oil spill, it just dropped it into the water. There's a lake of oil down in the basin of the Gulf of Mexico. So we could tap into that oil. There is a way of getting that oil up, but we need Venturi systems that take the oil in and convert it into a separate current. They can actually pull oil out of water. What they do is they take the water and they spiral the water with the oil in it. And as it spirals, the oil is a different density and it sits in the middle. And then they take a suction cup and suck it right out of the middle. It's a source of oil, a tremendous source of oil. So there's a lake of oil down in the Gulf of Mexico that we could actually harvest. That would be a really smart move. I would love to see that undertaking. And I'd also like to see the New Orleans harbor dredged to a certain degree. There's an area in New Orleans where they can dredge and turn it into an actual amazing new mecca for growing fish and shellfish and mussels, shrimp, a fishery right there in the Gulf of right there in the New Orleans circle. Let me show you on the map. It's amazing New Orleans is set up this way. We have never really taken advantage of the simple fact that the Lake Pontchartrain has been right there, and it could be a harbor. Let me show you the inlet here. But as you zoom out, you see how this whole section in New Orleans has the potential. There's not a lot stopping it from being dredged and turned into a harbor. So this area right in here could be a fantastic open ocean filter system with a gradation of sandbanks that could actually pull pollutants out of the water. And this entire area, including the reserve area over here, could be turned into a veritable aquaponics heaven. Fish growery, fisheries, shrimperies, you name it. And the whole idea of clean shrimp and clean mussels is very appealing worldwide. So there's no reason why this couldn't be exploited as a brand new source of revenue for the Southeast. We don't have enough revenue for the Southeast. They're really kind of hanging on by their... My opinion on Bernie, Candy? No, Bernie's not strong enough to handle Putin. Bernie's very... he wears his emotions on his sleeve. And when dealing with someone like Vladimir Putin, you have to wear your emotions deep down, buried beneath multiple layers of protection and Kevlar. Yeah, so you can't really expect Bernie to handle... He'll be handled, basically. You have to play a much tighter game of poker to deal with Vladimir Putin. Bernie's just hanging out there. He's just, everything about Bernie is what you see is what you get, a blazing 1%er who claims he's a socialist. I mean, everyone knows he's making over $2 million a year now. And it's ridiculous. He can't even carry the socialist torch. And what has he done as a senator, really? I can't name one thing. It's nice to have a figurehead in the office for 20 years, but really, has he done anything? And let's not forget the fact that he did write about how women want to be raped simultaneously by 3 men. That's a sign of perversion. I think the Democrats are filled with perverts and the Republicans are filled with perverts. I think it's a choice between an honest, good person who's not a pervert like me and the two parties of perverts. It's coming down to good versus perverted. Your choice. Ronald Reagan was a very transparent person. So much so that you didn't even know what he was saying. Well, I'm not sure my jelly beans are the right color today. Did you know that jelly beans are linked to Alzheimer's now? Food coloring? Isn't that ironic? Well, I don't know why I like jelly beans, but what was I saying? Yeah. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Hey, here's my original starting point. Right, a long time ago, 10 years ago, I started this show. I believe it was August. Yeah, I'll get the phone in the next round. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own.
All right, that's me, and that was me 10 years ago. All right. Glad you can hang out in the flip-flop category tonight. We got Donald Trump flipping on vaccines now. He's totally in favor of you being inoculated. Well, that was the 54th time I've ever streamed, yeah. I did 54 straight days there, 10 hours a day. And it's a lot harder than 5 hours a day. And I didn't get any response from all the press releases we did. We did over 200 emails out. And I know that they landed in the offices of ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox. I know that they landed all over the place. New York Times, everything. Not one story. I know because I have an old roommate, a dorm roommate I had back in UCLA, who hadn't seen since the 1970s, who called me up out of the blue right after I did it and said, Dave, I see you're running for president. Yeah. Hello. Yes, can I help you? Good evening. You're breaking up. Are you on a cell phone? Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll activate all chatters now. We had a little attack. Thank you for calling me. Activated chatters are off. You got it. Thanks for calling, man. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right. Okay, we activated chats disabled. Thank you for reminding me. I left it out there. What Bernie says here is shocking on so many levels. Okay, let's take a look at that.
Hey guys, I'm just putting this video together really quickly because so many of us live in a fantasy land. Frederick Bastiat once said, "The state is that great fiction by which everyone seeks to live at the expense of everyone else." Now, the state or the government, we know objectively, is a fiction. Nobody has a higher claim over your life and property than you, and that's the pinnacle claim of government. They believe they have such a high claim over your life and property than you that they impose taxation on you. And if you don't pay them the extortion fee, which is what taxation is, then men with guns will come to you and they will make you pay. So you don't have a choice. This isn't a voluntary system. It's completely compulsory. And so it's built on force, violence, theft, and coercion, and just flat out lies.
Totally. I totally agree. Hey, we'll play that tonight as well. Thanks. Bernie wants to tax and spend like all the Democrats. I don't want that for the American people. You're already tapped out as it is. I mean, this is ridiculous. Taxing and spending. We need to cut the budget. You never hear that from Bernie. You always hear it. Oh, we have to get more money from the Wall Street executives. Yeah. Yo. There you are. Anyway, the idea of dredging the entire region, it certainly appeals to me, but it would displace a lot of things, like the salvage national wildlife. This is an area that could very well be a sensitive area, so we can keep that. But this is the section here that I'm primarily moving in on. This is the only area we have to work with. And ironically, this is an area that immediately to the west of it, in New Orleans, and to over here, there's a potential dangerous, toxic chemical plant. So it's not like New Orleans needs that area. And I zoom in on it, and I'm trying to see, well, am I displacing people? Yes, there are some homes in here somewhere. No, I'm not displacing anybody. No. It's just, look at this, it's just silt. It's just a massive supply of silt. There's nobody out here. It's completely empty. So it's not like it's a problem. I think this roadway has some, these are the only people that would be displaced right in here. We could pay them for their homes, their docks, and they could be offered, the Island Marina area could be offered first come, first serve on this section right here. We could use this section to displace them and even help them, or maybe this section over here help them build out their new home. Yeah, so something realistic that would make these people understand the need for such a thing. But something as big as dredging the New Orleans Bay area it's a huge move in the right direction towards sustainability, in my opinion. Because without a growing economy in fish, and the world loves fish, we as a nation have to start thinking outside the box. Now, what Thailand is doing, they're buying property in Baja California. Brilliant idea, because in Baja California, the waters are pure, they're clean, right off the Pacific Ocean in the lower tier. And they are absolutely some of the best tasting shrimp I've ever had. For real. They're tender, it's amazing. If you see these things from Baja, they're called Baja shrimp. They come from a company that does their shrimping in Thailand, but they do this in Baja. And they are big manufacturers of shrimp. Big popular food items. So we're not thinking about food production in America. We should be, because that's where the money is in the future. That's where the strength of our dollar is. Remember, we were the breadbasket to the world at one time. Now we're with the outsourcing and the New World Order. We are virtually giving up our tomato rights to people down south of the border. Our Florida tomato growers are fit to be tied because they're angry that we're still giving good deals on trade deals with Mexico and these Mexican tomatoes, which are killing our industries. Yeah. So we need to get our food business back up and running. That's a big portion of what I support. I support a re-agrification of America. Bringing back our agriculture. What really matters is what we are. We're food producers. Our country still has tremendous amounts of food, yeah. You know that. It's really me. Hi. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Oh, good. Everyone can talk now. Yes. Sorry I kept you guys out. We were attacked earlier with a guy who was, pushing doxing on our show, which is illegal. And Mark knows that doxing is illegal. He talked to his attorney. He knows that what's going on is totally illegal. Having backup copies of all these things makes it even more disturbing that Mark lets that happen. Yeah, so when you look at the food production in America, you're going to be looking at... That is a weird filter, yeah. You're going to be looking at a different type of food production. Under my leadership, it will be organic, non-GMO. Yes. So people who normally eat fast food, restaurant food, probably will not like it for sure. I'm just going to push in that direction. I don't want to mandate any types of food in our farms. If farmers want to use pesticides, that's their choice. But if we lean toward organic, non-GMO, we won't have that dumb stare on our face. Like, huh? From years of abuse. I have a secret karate sensei. My secret sensei is beep. No, I'm not going to ban celery. No. Celery happens to be a very good fibrous product, and ironically, celery is a recovery crop for the nitrate-ridden California coastline, the salad bowl. I plan on using celery to actually recover portions of that area and revitalize it, re-agrify it. Celery pulls salts out of the water like nothing. It's really good for that. Desaltifying the salad bowl in California is a priority. We need to reduce the nitrates as well. I have not talked about my development mathematically as well as martial arts. I try to minimize my knowledge base as far as you know. I know, it's kind of freaky. So what is this show all about? Well, flat tax of 10%, $500 a month for all U.S. adult citizens who aren't carrying Social Security or disability benefits right now. We offer a lot of things that just are not seen anywhere else. We also have a way to fix heal the country's environment by creating a national composting plan where we will have areas where we will be able to melt down marijuana and hemp. And pro-legalization will be a big part of our show, or what we're going to do. You'll have a place within a 10, 20-mile range where you can bring leaves of stuff that you picked up from growing pot or hemp or whatever you grow. And legally it'll be available to grow this, and you'll be able to get money per pound for your leaf, which will be either for CBD purposes or just generally hemp. Eventually we'll sort it out. We'll find out whether we're going to use it for hempoline and run vehicles on those leaves, or if they have high enough THC content to actually create hash or something, which would be a derivative, and very marketable and highly sought after around the world. Remember, the economy is all about what other people in the world want. We haven't catered to the world's population for a long time. Our leaders have been mostly liquidators like Mitt Romney and Donald Trump, who profit from the business's destruction and buying them out, liquidating companies. That's what they do. They don't make products per se, except maybe some ties, and then he outsources that job. So we have a bunch of liquidators running our country, and we haven't been able to build products anymore, and we need to get back to doing that. We should also get our USDA modernized so that maybe Europe might like it. Right now, it's completely in backward motion. We need to possibly RFID chip all of our animal livestock with like ear clips and things, so we know exactly what's happening with that animal, the antibiotics that it was given, and then wean them off of antibiotics, wean them off of anything that's artificial in their diet, bring in non-genetically modified food products for them to eat, and try to sell the world back on American meat. We've got a big meat industry that we're not exploiting worldwide because of the standards that we've chosen, which are pretty backward. So slowly modernizing our USDA system is something that will help our bottom line. We don't have that right now. Trump doesn't even know what's wrong with the country. He's just literally sitting in his office watching late night TV every night. He's completely lost. At least I talk to you every night. Yeah, we're not going to make anything illegal. That's the point. I'm not trying to make it illegal. We pay $26 billion a year on DEA money for marijuana interdiction. Cops are typically going to have problems with sensitivity training. Part of the sensitivity training regime that I'm going to be offering cops, assuming that you're going to get federal money, is we're going to insist upon lie detectors. Yeah. So I will be lie detecting every cop out there, and the question will be, did you steal a dime bag off Xenu in the traffic stop? Or did you steal did you ever steal any type of a drug from somebody you pulled over? And if they say, oh no, I never did, and if they come up bing, 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 lying through their teeth, they'll be off the farce. Trump is watching porn. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I heard. I know. This woman will testify to that.
Continue to give these guys a pass.
Mika, you and I both know Ivanka Trump. Ivanka Trump has raised her hand as the champion for women in this White House. Stormy Daniels, how you feel about her career choice is neither here nor there. She didn't commit a crime. She supported herself. She supported her child. Do you wonder where Ivanka's voice is here?
I do. It's a fact, by the way, that Stormy Daniels got the payment through Michael Cohen from Donald Trump, which he lied about at first. I wonder where Ivanka's voice is on a number of issues. But back to the Rudy story, I'll tell you a couple of things. First of all, the hypocrisy is astounding, because I know someone who spoke to Donald Trump recently about life in the White House, and Donald Trump's biggest complaint was that he's not allowed to watch porn in the White House. So there you go. There's a little bit of news for you. He's upset that he can't watch porn in the White House.
I bet they have those, 1-900 numbers blocked too, which must be a disappointment.
I'm not really sure, but it just sort of flies in the face of all of this. But, I obviously, with my Know Your Value platform, feel really strongly about these comments. And they made my blood boil. I was shaking when I heard them.
Exactly. So this woman pretty much said in front of everyone that she knows for a fact that Donald Trump is not getting enough porn in the White House. Yeah. Yeah. So that's clearly why he's upset. Avenatti has got his own series of problems. Yeah. He's encountering 36 felony counts of, I guess, extortion with the Nike shoe company. And then his recent move to try to get his own disabled client to give him an affidavit of approval, looked to the whole world like he was literally manipulating this disabled guy. It's like, it's safe to say Michael Avenatti's not going to be running for president in 2020, and neither will Beto O'Rourke. He's probably going to check out of the race pretty soon. When he told people, when it became obvious that he wrote a story that he wanted to murder children when he was a young hacker in a hacker club. Yeah, exactly. You triggered the entire room when you started talking about porn? Oh, yeah, obviously. Nobody in the room really, I doubt any of you are watching porn on a regular basis. It takes a special kind of person to watch porn all the time. And I doubt any one of you fit into that category. You're too busy in the room. You're too intellectual. The porn people usually came and went. We're reaching the end of the show, so just want to check out in just a bit. It turns out that one person in the room talked about a dredging project that's going on in New Orleans. Yeah, 369 says also the Army Corps of Engineers are dredging in the area called the Zydeco Ridge Project, starting in something like 2016. So I may be onto something with that unique dredge lake idea. Yeah, I think I am. I think New Orleans could very well be a harbor. And I didn't talk about this earlier, but there's a building over there that's a U.S. military installation that I would love to see if like a company like Disneyland would want to take on, because the parking looks identical to Disneyland parking structure. But it would be so cool to have a Disneyland New Orleans and add to that a mini French Quarter right next to the real French Quarter. Wouldn't that be something? But any number of new ideas to help bolster the Southeast economy, because if we can pump a lot of money into that harbor and bring a lot of food products out of that harbor and reinvigorate America's love for Southern food. I know the catfish industry is struggling against the Thailand swai industry. They won't even allow it in 3 states. The Thailand swai is catfish that's grown out there in Thailand. But you've probably seen swai fish, but they won't allow it in the Southeast because the industry is still struggling after Katrina. I mean, believe it or not, they're still, and after the Gulf oil spill, all those industries are still fledgling and struggling. All right, we are ready to sign off on our evening show. I'll be back tomorrow with our Sustainable Saturday show, starting at 5 o'clock. Thank you for achieving our Freedom Friday show, and we will be playing videos into the evening to give you guys more info. All right, I'm going to sign off to Mr. Right. Take care. Good night.
Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just put my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.